Hello and welcome to How to Draw Everything. I'm Jake Parker and I'm your instructor for this class. So if you've ever struggled with drawing something and it's not quite turning out the way that you want it to, it might be that you just don't understand the fundamentals of art. And so this class teaches these fundamental principles, and it's not like super sexy, like fun stuff in this class that we're going to be drawing. It's very basic things, but I promise you, if you go through all these exercises and you do each one of these lessons and the homework assignments that we have for you, and you learn line and you learn shape and you learn tone, then when you sit down to draw that fun thing that you want, your space pirate, your like robo chicken or whatever, it's going to look so much better than the level that you're drawing at right now. So let's get started and let's learn how to draw everything. Okay, first you're going to complete a 10-minute drawing of a house, and this will help give you a baseline for where your skills are right now and what areas you need to focus on as you complete the exercises in this course. After you're done with this class, you'll get a chance to do the same activity again, so you can see the difference of how you've drawn and see where you've leveled up and how you've gotten better. Now, when you're working to improve your fundamental skills, it can feel hard at times, but seeing your own personal growth can help you stay motivated through the drawing process, and you'll continue to improve as you see that growth happening. So let's get started drawing. Okay, opening assignment time. Grab a pencil or a pen or whatever you like to draw with. Grab a sheet of paper and try drawing a house. I want you to just focus on drawing the house, but if you have extra time, you can add other details, shrubbery, chimney, stuff like that. Give yourself 10 minutes to do this drawing. You can include tone if you want. Don't worry about color, but just focus on the drawing part. And then when you're done, I want you to take a photo of this drawing to review it after you've completed the course. Hello, welcome to How to Draw Everything from svslearn.com. I'm Jake Parker. I'm going to be teaching this class for you, and I'm excited to get down to it. This course is about the fundamentals of drawing. Every artist who's proficient at drawing understands the tools, the techniques, the principles, and the elements that I'm going to be teaching you in this course. All right, so I want to talk about what are elements, what are techniques, what are principles, what are tools, what are those things that I'm talking about? First things first, elements. Think of those like ingredients, okay? The next one is principles, and think of principles as the rules by which those ingredients best work together. Okay, and then it's technique. And what is technique? But it's how to physically apply those principles to those elements. Last one is tools. You know what tools are. Tools are the actual physical implements that you use to carry out the technique. Okay, I just want to share a little metaphor about these four things: the elements, the principles, the techniques, and the tools, and apply them to making an omelet. Making a great omelet is a lot like making a great drawing. All right, you have to have the right ingredients. So for an omelet, the right ingredients are eggs, salt, cheese. I like peppers in my omelet as well. To make a great drawing, you have to have the right elements to that drawing. I'm going to talk about what those specific elements are next, but you have to have line, you have to have good tone, you have to have proper understanding of shapes and to draw your shapes. But in making a good omelet, you also have to have great technique. You got to know exactly how to flip it. You got to know when to flip the omelet. If you do it too soon, it turns into scrambled eggs. You got to know the proper principles as well. So there's a thing that I learned. In order to get a light and fluffy omelet, I add a little bit of water to the mixture first. And what that does is as it gets hot, the water in there boils and steams, and it makes the omelet nice and fluffy. Okay, so that's a principle, and it's a little bit of technique rolled in there, and it makes a great omelet. And then of course the right tools. If you have a nonstick pan, that's definitely preferable to just any old regular pan. And you've got to have like a nonstick spatula as well. And it's the same with your art tools. A certain pen's going to make a certain kind of mark. So you got to know what are the proper tools to use for the kind of drawings that you want to make. So I want you to think about making a great drawing like a great omelet requires the right ingredients, the right way to know how to put those ingredients together, the proper way to flip an omelet, or the proper way to put those marks down on paper, and then using the right tools so that you are effectively able to create the drawing, to basically create what you're seeing in your head. Learning all of these things and knowing how all of these things work together is key to mastering your craft. And that's what you want to do as an artist, is you want to master your craft. You want to get good at this stuff. Okay, I keep talking about these elements, and that's what I want to talk about now. What are the basic elements, these basic ingredients to drawing? Okay, I boiled them down to what I call our 3 primary elements. Number 1, shape. Number 2, line. And number 3, tone. Okay, shapes are the basic building blocks for anything that you ever want to draw. You have to be able to think 2-dimensionally and 3-dimensionally at the same time. And that comes from understanding how shapes look from different angles, how they work, what is the dimensional space that this shape takes on your piece of paper. And then line and tone just help to define what those shapes are so that we can visually better understand it. And if you can master the use of these 3 things, the shape, the line, and the tone, then you can draw anything. There's nothing you can't draw if you can understand how to use those 3 things together. Okay, before we go any further, I just want to show you what I'm talking about with an actual character design and how shape, line, and tone work together to create an image, and how each of these things by themselves really isn't enough to give you all the information to give to sell an image, I guess. And how working together really, I think, drives your image home and to the viewer. All right, so here we have Skull Chaser. This is a character I came up with, and the reason I use him is because he has a lot of great basic shape elements to him that are easily to identify. So he's got this sphere for the head, he's got this cube shape for his backpack, and then his limbs are all made up of tubes, or I guess cylinders, and some just blocky shapes. So it's really easy to understand them. Now, before we get here, we start off with just shape. And I want to show you what this guy looks like just in shape form. These are the basic shapes that make up Skull Chaser. And you can see here it's a sphere. You can see here we've got these cube shapes for like the joints, or these pyramidal shapes, and then the rest of it is kind of these cylinder things. So it's like cylinders, pyramids, and cubes. These are the basic shapes that I think most anything you're ever going to draw boils down to. Okay, but these shapes alone don't really tell us what this character is. Okay, now you can use these shapes as a I guess a grounding foundation for the rest of the drawing. But let's put the line work over the top of it. Now we just have the line work, and the line work is great. This actually works pretty good. You could tell what this character is, but sometimes line work just by itself makes things very, very flat. And I think for a really successful drawing, you want to add the tonal element to it to give your character, or to give whatever you're drawing, a little bit more dimension to them. So I'm going to add. I'm going to turn on the tone layer here, and you can see there now we have a fully rendered, fully developed character. But when I take away the line work and we just have tone, again, that's not enough to really sell this character. We really need all of these things working together. We need the shape working together, and the shapes to be very dimensional. We need the line working together, and the line being very expressive. And then we need the tone to really back up what the line is trying to do and what the shape is trying to do. Okay, so by the end of this course, I want you to be understanding how to build a drawing like this from the ground up. If you walk away being able to do that after watching this course, then I'm calling it a success. But in order to get there, we're going to have to go over a lot of basic fundamental stuff first. And before I get into that, I want to talk about how your brain and your eye works, and we'll get into that next. There's a war going on in your head right now. You may not know it, but there's an actual war happening, and it's a war between what your brain knows and what your eye sees. Let me explain. Okay, look at this picture of a barrel. When you look at this barrel, your brain knows that it's a barrel, but it's preoccupied with its physical dimensions, its mechanics. So it knows that it's round. From looking from the top, it's a circular shape. And it knows from the side view that these slats that make up the barrel are all rectangular shape, but they have a curve to them. And it knows that these bands, these metal bands that keep the barrel together, they're all made out of metal, and they're probably a few inches wide, and they wrap around the length of it. So they're all very circular. These are all the mechanical bits that the brain knows and is looking at and processing and just trying to figure out what this thing is that it's looking at. Your eye, on the other hand, doesn't actually know what it's looking at. All your eye is a camera, and it just transmits images to your brain. And there's a part in your brain that takes those images and tries to process it and tries to make sense of what those images are. So your eye is telling you, oh, I see an oval. I see these round, kind of smiley face shaped things. I see a pretty texture on it. I see, the colors and the forms. That's what your eye sees. So your brain is knowing it's a circle from the top view, but all your eye sees is an oval. Now, why is this? It's because your brain loves symbols. And if it can turn something into a symbol so it doesn't have to reinterpret what it is every time, and it can just see that thing and say, okay, that X equals X, then it's going to do that because it speeds things up for it so it can think about other stuff. And that's how it easily makes sense of the world around us. So instead of every time that your brain sees a barrel, it doesn't have to remember, okay, a barrel is a collection of all these different shapes put together, these wooden textures, these smiley shaped metal things, these ovals. But instead, it's processed all of that and it just says barrel, and it comes up with the icon in its head of what it thinks a barrel is. In some heads, it might just be the word barrel. When someone talks about a barrel, they don't even see a visual representation of barrel. They just might see the word barrel. And for others, for me, when someone mentions a barrel, I see kind of like a cartoon version of a barrel. So your brain loves symbols, and it's gonna default to symbols whenever it can. Now, when you start drawing, you start putting images on a piece of paper, and your brain's telling you, put down the symbols that it knows. So instead of drawing a tree the way that it looks, the way that you see it out in nature, your brain is telling you, no, just use the most simplest, easiest way to get the tree message across. So you're going to draw like the puffy cloud shape for the tree and 2 straight lines for the trunk. Think about writing. Your brain loves writing because it doesn't have to draw a tree. It can just write 4 symbols, TREE, that represent sounds, and those sounds represent the word tree. It's probably the easiest way for it to communicate what a tree is. Okay, I want to show you something else. Look at this. What do you think of when you see this? What was your instant thing that you thought of? For most of you, you probably saw the letter S, and that's your brain recognizing a symbol and immediately attaching what it already knows from that symbol what it is. So it sees that squiggly shape and it says, oh, that's an S. That's the letter, that comes before T and after R in the alphabet. It's the letter that stands for, snow cones, sauce, soda, simple. But your eye, on the other hand, if your eye was left to its own without having the brain to come in and tell you what that thing was, your eye would look at that and your eye would see, oh, what a cool squiggly shape. I could turn that into a snake, or I could turn that into like crazy hair, or I could turn that into a river, a little stream running through the countryside. So your job as an artist is to not only draw what your brain is thinking about, but to draw what your eye sees and to combine those two somehow to create drawings from your head or drawings from the things that you're looking at. Okay, but is this a problem? Your brain thinking one thing, your eye seeing another thing? If you're gonna wanna be able to draw everything, you're gonna need your brain and your eye working together. They need to be cooperating. You're gonna need the analytical side of your brain to process the mechanics and the physical dimensions of the thing that you're drawing. But you're also gonna need the eye to work with those mechanical things that your brain wants to do and draw something appealing, create something that just looks nice. You need your brain and your eye working hand in hand. All right, welcome to part 2. In this section, I'm going to be talking about tools. I'm going to share with you the pens, the pencils, the erasers, the markers, and the paper that I use to make drawings. This is by no means a comprehensive list of all the art tools that are out there. These are just the tools that I've found work best for the style of drawing that I like to do. I highly recommend these tools, but I challenge you and invite you to go out and explore and experiment with all kinds of tools as much as you can afford and find what works best for you. Okay, well, let's go over to the desk and I'll show you these tools and how they work. Okay, the first thing I want to talk about is paper. Now, there's 4 different kinds of paper that I find myself using the most. And the first is just basic, simple copy paper. Now, there's different levels of copy paper that you can use. There's nicer, like thicker copy paper. They're called, they classify them by pounds. So I think this is a 32 pound paper. There's also 28-pound paper. Your average, like cheapest copy paper is 20-pound paper. It doesn't matter what you use. You can try them all out, but the lighter the weight, the thinner the sheet is going to be, and the heavier the weight, the thicker it's going to be. So copy paper is good, and it's probably the best thing for most of the drawing exercises we're going to be doing in this course. Now, you can also use a sketchbook. I've used tons of different kinds of sketchbooks, but the kind that I come back to are these Moleskines. They're just simple, flimsy, floppy Moleskines. I think they're called the Cahiers. Moleskine, Cahiers. I can never remember exactly how to pronounce that. But the paper is off-white. It's kind of a little bit yellowish. And it's just a nice paper to draw on. It feels good with the pencil. It feels good with the ink. One thing to note is the ink does smudge. Some of the ink smudge on this a little bit, so watch out for that. Next thing is, this is just simple Bristol board. Bristol is a little bit nicer drawing paper. It's thicker. You can kind of hear that, and you can see here how thick it is. And I'll do nicer drawings on Bristol. Anything that needs a lot of markering or a lot of inking done on it, this is what I'll do my nicer drawings on. Or this stuff right here, which is heavyweight copy paper, or I guess printer paper. This is 100 pounds, and so it's like super heavy, about as heavy as a Bristol. A page of Bristol. It's a lot smoother than Bristol though, and I like inking on this because of how smooth it is. So those are the 4 different kinds of papers that I use: copy paper, the Moleskine sketchbook, Bristol, or this Hammermill cover copy. It's kind of like cardstock. Is what you sometimes would call it. If you go to a paper store and ask them where's the cardstock, they'll direct you to where this stuff is. The next thing I want to talk about is pencils. Most of my sketching I do with these colored pencils. They're made by Prismacolor, and they're called Col-Erase. Okay, the Col-Erase pencil. There's something about I don't know what it is in their recipe for lead, but it's got such a nice smooth line to it. You can go in and make these soft lines. You can go in and push really hard and make darker lines. And I like the color. And the reason I like using red sometimes, or this is orange actually, I'll also use red here. And I also have, I think, a vermilion. Yep, here's vermilion. It's kind of a mix between red, scarlet red, and orange. The reason I like using these colors is because when I ink over the top, I'll lay down my sketch and then I'll ink over the top of it. And what happens is that ink line comes forward and that red line really falls back. It blends in with the paper a little bit more. A lot of times when I was younger, actually, I would sketch out in pencil first. Let's do a drawing here, a little circle. And then I would ink over the top of that. And the gray and the dark kind of they're not separate enough for me visually. And so I switched to using the colored pencils. just because they separate themselves. The contrast between the reds and the ink is a little bit better. And then also when I'm scanning it and reproducing my artwork digitally, it's easier to pull out the colored pencil than it is to pull out the gray digitally. So that's something to keep in mind in the future. But for the most part, I like these reds, these oranges, these vermilions, and these are the pencils, the sketching pencils that I like the best. Okay, next for graphite pencils, I have the Blackwing pencil right here, which is usually regarded as one of the best drawing pencils. So sometimes I'll use this. A lot of times I'll use these Staedtler softer weight leads. This is a 4B, this is a 5B, and the Bs are the softer leads, the H's are the harder leads. But with these softer leads, it lets you go in and do some really nice blending. So you can go in with the side of the pencil and blend like that, or you can go in, here's a soft 5B, go like that, and then you could go in and smudge these, and these things are really, really soft, so they're good for smudging. The Blackwing though, it's a little bit harder lead, but a nice consistency to it, and really, again, just great for sketching. So these are the pencils I would recommend for sketching, but more so for building up tones. So if you're going to go in and you've drawn your circle and you want to add shadow and tone to it, I recommend using these graphite pencils for something like that. They're just really good for laying that kind of stuff down. I usually stick with my colored pencils for sketching, and I'll leave these for any sort of thing that needs some gray tones to them. All right, next up, mechanical pencils, and I have two mechanical pencils that I use. This right here is what is it called? The Draftmatic, and this is like a classic drafting pencil. It's a 5.5 lead weight, and I use 0.5 for both of these mechanical pencils. This next one is a Pentel Twist Erase. And the reason I like both of these pencils, number one, I like the Twist Erase because the eraser is huge, and when I'm making a lot of mistakes, it's handy to have a nice big eraser. But I just like how this pencil feels, and I hold it in my hand. And I'll use this pencil for line work, and then also for rendering and for tonal stuff. I'll just go in and make a bunch of small lines and build up those tones. The reason I like this pencil, the Draftmatic, it's got a nice weight to it. I mean, it's made with some sort of heavy metal, and you could see here, I think I have the same kind of lead in this. It just feels good in the hand. I actually end up using this mostly for taking notes, but as far as drawing, I think it's a great sketching pencil as well. So find a mechanical pencil that works for you. These work for me. It does have an eraser in the tip here that's really small. So if you're making a lot of mistakes, maybe don't use this eraser because you can wear through that pretty quick. All right, that's it for pencils, and now let's go on to pens. All right, the next up is pens. There's really three or four different kinds of pens that I use for the most part. Number one is brush pens. Number two is felt tip pens. Number three is ballpoint pens. And number four is technical pens. So what's the difference between those? Well, a brush pen has a brush tip, a tip that's actually made from real bristles. And let me show you here. Could kind of see how I could just go through and individually pull apart those bristles one by one. So it's a real brush tip, and there's different kinds of brush pens. Some of them have a synthetic tip. Some of them have a real hair tip. Okay. Next is felt tip pens, and I have a couple here. The difference is these tip is actually made out of felt, and it's usually sharpened to a point. And I like using these, but for a little while, what happens is sometimes before the ink runs out, the tips get dull. And so what these are good for is making, making more uniform lines. And I'll show the difference between all these tips in just a minute. And then the technical pens usually have a tip that's very firm and rigid, and these are for making lines that really have very little variance between thin to thick. And then lastly, the ballpoint pen. I have one of those handy. I don't use them too often. There we go. Lastly, the ballpoint pen. This is a Japanese one. I actually don't have any idea, but it's a good sketching one. Man, that lid was on there tight. The ballpoint pen has a ball tip, and it just runs the ink through that tip. And again, the line width never really changes. It's pretty uniform in those. Okay, so let's look at the difference between here, starting with brush pens. Now there's several different brush pens, and really, you can you can play around with all these and find what you like. I usually recommend for starters this Pentel pocket brush. And what's great about the brush pen is you can get in there and do some really, really thin lines that go to super thick, like that. And the Pentel brush pen is great for adding nice textures and some really neat pen strokes. So the Pentel pocket brush, pretty good. I also recommend this. This is a Pilot. I think it's a Pilot Fude brush pen, and these ones have a synthetic tip. But I found that this tip holds together a lot longer than maybe the Pentel pocket brush, and you can get really, really thick with that as well. The inkwell is in the bottom here, and so when you're running low on ink, you just squeeze that, and it'll add more ink into your tip there. So there's that one. These inks, a lot of them are not waterproof, so if you get them wet or use heavy markers on them, then the ink will bleed. But this Copic brush pen, it's the Gaston Fude, I think is what it is. It is waterproof. So you go in there and you can go over the top of it with your watercolors or with markers, and this brush tip will not, or this ink will not bleed at all. Okay, I think that's it for brush pens. These things, man, if you're just starting out drawing, these things are kind of hard to control. You got to have good muscle control with these before you I think feel like you're proficient with them. So we'll move on to these felt tips. Now I have these two here. This is the Zig Mangaka fine tip, and you can see here, comparing to these two, how that tip it's a lot more uniform. You can kind of go thin, and that's about as thick as it gets right there. So this is your Zig Mangaka. And then this one, I forget the name, but I'll have a list of links to where you can buy these pens and their exact names when in the notes for this class. But you can see here it's got a nice tip as well. So I do recommend these felt tips for drawing, especially if you feel like you're not quite confident with your line yet. And then as far as technical pens concerned, I like these Copic multiliners. There's also the Microns from Pigma or Sakura America. And these, man, they go really fine. That's a fine tip right there. That's a 005. Let me see if I can find one that's not so small. Here's a 0.1. And these have a little bit of give to them as well. So you can go thick to thin, kind of. But for the most part, these pens are great, and I've used these pens for a long time, the Sakuras and also these Copics. And what I'll do is I'll go in and put my line, I'll put another line that's kind of like that one, and then sometimes I'll fill in between them. So good pens. And the nice thing about these Copics is they're all refillable. So you can get ink refills and just pop them in the back. They have a nice sturdy metal exterior, and you can refill them. And also I should add that the tips are also replaceable as well. So if you ruin a tip, you can buy a new tip replacement there. Okay, and that is pens. Okay, the next thing is erasers. And really there is just two kind of erasers that you're gonna have to really deal with. One is the kneaded eraser, and one's the vinyl eraser. And there's, I don't know, 50 different brands for these. Go find a kneaded eraser that works for you, and go find a vinyl eraser that works for you. But the reason you want these two is, let me show you here. The kneaded eraser is good for going in and just lightly like pulling back some of the stuff. So if you draw in a line, circle here, and it's a little bit strong, you can lighten it up. Just lighten it up a pinch, and then go in and draw a darker line over the top of it. And that's what your kneaded eraser is for. And the reason it's like this is you can actually go in and sometimes what I'll do is I'll get it in a ball and go in and use one edge of the ball like that, or I'll roll it flat like this and then go over the top of it, rubbing it down just by rolling it over the top. So it's a really versatile eraser, and you can actually, when you're doing something with some soft leads, you can get in here and make a nice tip to it and go in and erase really smaller areas. These are for like taking something completely off the page. So I got these dark pencil marks there. You just go and erase them right off. So I think Staedtler makes these kinds of erasers as well, the kneaded erasers. So yeah, these are basically all you really need. All right, lastly, markers. Markers are great for doing final polished colored stuff, but also they're good for sketching with too. There's no better marker than the Copics. I highly recommend these. They are expensive, $6 to $7 per marker, but they're refillable. So you can get a refill for these markers. So say you run out of your favorite gray, you can go in and you can get a refill, one of these right here, and you can refill one of these markers 6 or 7 times with this refill. Now this refill costs the exact price as this marker, so it's kind of like getting 7 markers for the price of 1. Again, they're a little bit pricey, but in the long run, if you plan on doing a lot of drawing with your markers, I'd use the Copics. The other thing I like about them too, though, is the colors are super rich. You can get in there, and then you can blend these things really easy. So here I'm going lighter to dark with them. This tip is called the sketch tip. And so you can go in, you can actually, if you use a lighter, let's find a lighter one here. This is like a T2. You can go in, you can sketch with that. It comes in really, really saturated, and then it dries out and it gets lighter. And then you can draw over the top of those sketches that you did. You know, something like that. So it's got the sketch tip, and then the other side is a chisel tip. And these are great for just going in and laying in big surfaces, and also drawing really thin lines with the thinner tip of the chisel side. So Copics. Again, there's Prisma color markers, there's Style File markers, Art and Fly markers. Winsor Newton does markers. buy one of each, buy two of each in the same color and different colors. Work with them, see what you like, see what works best for you. But I recommend the Copics. I'm not endorsed by Copic or anything, or it's not a paid endorsement or anything like that. I love these things, and I highly recommend them. They make really good art tools. I also like their brush pen and their technical pens too. So good, solid stuff. And that's with markers. And like I said, you can use them to sketch with, or you can use them to, let me find a nice deep color here. You can use them to like fill in areas with color as well. So there's an example of a color thing. All right, that's markers. All right, that's it for tools. Just click on the link right on the side here that says tools list, and you can get a list of each pen that I talked about, pencil, everything that I talked about, with a link of where you can buy them, probably on Amazon. All right, thanks, and let's move on to the next section. All right, welcome to part 3. It's time to do some drawing. Are you guys excited for that? I know I've been doing a lot of talking so far, but let's actually sit down and do some drawing. The exercises that we're going to be doing here are going to try and free your eye from your brain and give your eye a little bit more power and a little bit more strength in this brain-eye partnership that you want to have. If you feel like a lot of your drawings end up being more a collection of symbols representing something than actual representational art of the thing that you're trying to draw, meaning does it look more like a cotton candy tree than it does like a real actual tree, then it probably means that your brain is thinking too much and trying to create the symbols that represent the things that you're trying to draw. And so the exercises that I'm going to have you do here in this next part are all designed to free your eye up, to strengthen your eye, and to let your brain kind of take a backseat and just rest for a little bit while your eye goes through and learns to be in charge a little bit. I want to add too, with these next series of drawing exercises, you're going to be focusing on drawing contour lines, not sketchy lines, not loose gestural lines, but definite contour lines. And what a contour line is it's the line that defines an object. It's that exterior line that defines an object. Let me use Skull Chaser for an example. Okay, so here we have Skull Chaser with all the tone and the line and everything working together to define this object. Now, if we just silhouette him out and just black everything in, that line that defines the edge of that silhouette, that's the exterior contour line. Okay, let's drop back the silhouette. You can see this line here telling us what this object is, but the exterior line by itself can be confusing. So what you need to do is to have contour lines that define overlapping shapes. So here we have some of these overlapping shapes here, like the boot line there, defining the foot being in front of the other foot, and the arm over the torso. Those are contour lines that are used to define overlapping shapes. Okay, but that's still not enough to really define this object. It might not be clear enough to, you could tell that it's a character, but you don't know what the character is or who the character is. So what you also need to add is our interior contour lines. Okay, these are defining lines on the interior of the object that show us what it is and really flesh out the character a little bit more, the object that you're drawing a little bit more. All right, so in the drawings that you'll be doing, pay close attention to what those exterior contour lines are. Pay close attention on how those exterior shapes or how those shapes overlap each other, and use lines to define those shapes. And then draw the interior contour lines to define all the interior shapes that are happening and the interior objects that are happening on the inside of the bigger overall object. Okay, this is the first exercise that I want you to do. This is called the upside down drawing. So what I want you to do is to print out that picture of Skull Chaser that's in the links on the side there. Just go there, find the PDF, print out the picture of Skull Chaser, and make sure that it's laying upside down. You do not want it right side up. And the reason for this is you're going to trick your brain into not knowing what it's drawing. If it's right side up, your brain says, oh, I know what that is. And it's going to start swapping out symbols for what is actually on the paper. So have it upside down so that your brain can't really identify what it is. And then I want you to take a pen or a pencil, or whatever you're comfortable with, and copy line for line this entire drawing, okay? So I'm gonna start with I'll go from the top to the bottom, start with the boot, and work our way down. And so I'm gonna see, okay, this line is kind of diagonal a little bit. I'm just gonna copy it, come around, probably just start with outlines first. Okay, and then I'll go in and start adding lines in the interiors as well. Okay. And move up here to the knee. And see, at this point, I keep calling these knees and legs and things like that, but when it's upside down, your brain is kind of having a hard time figuring out what this thing is. You can see here, like, I'm looking at relationships, so I see how this line comes in the middle of this thing. Okay, I'm going to come up here and draw this part. If your drawing is going a lot slower than mine, that's fine. I've been drawing for, 35 years now, since I was little. So I'm a little bit more comfortable. Plus, this is my own character. But your drawing, if it takes you a half hour to do it, that's fine. You're just going and it's just about copying these shapes. I'm not even going to get it exact. I'm going to try. Okay, now I'll go over here to this side. I messed up. Just going to erase this here. See how this point and this point overlap? Mine, they're a little bit farther apart, so I'm going to have it be like that. Now I'm just looking at shapes and putting shapes together. I'm not being too exact, and you don't need to be too exact either, but you should try your best to get as close as you can. Okay, now let's do this weird wrinkly stuff. If it helps for you to run your hand over certain sections here just so that you feel comfortable. You can do that as well. This is actually a really good exercise for even seasoned artists, just to retrain themselves every once in a while how to do stuff. I feel like there's a lot I'm learning right now as well. I'm teaching I'm teaching the class. All right, I think, just gonna add these little lines here, and then I think I'm done. All right, let's see what it looks like turned around. Okay, it's not a perfect replication of Skull Chaser, but it's good. And really, the idea was to not be thinking about, really just to be thinking about the lines and the shapes and not the actual dimensions of it. All right, so I want you to try that drawing, take however much time that you need to do, and then come back and let's go to the next exercise. This is drawing exercise number 2. What I want you to do is get this sheet, the one with the, I guess this is a air compressor type of thing. Print this sheet out. You can draw on this space down here or draw on a bigger sheet, whatever you're most comfortable with. I'm going to be using this technical pencil because it has a small line. This has a smaller space, so it'll be easier to draw. But if you want to use a bigger pencil, then I would recommend getting out just a piece of copy paper or something to draw on. And with this exercise, what I want you to do is use contour lines to define all the shapes in here. Pay close attention to spatial relationships. So looking at, this is a certain half circle shape. Look how close these two things are to each other. Look how close this is and how it wraps around there. Pay close attention to, the angle of certain lines. You've got this cylindrical shape here, and just watch how these lines should line up. All of them should be parallel to each other. So those are the kind of things that you're going to want to watch out for. And as you go in and you draw this, just try to match the edges here. Now, for this exercise, you can use this drawing, or you can find something, your own object to draw as well. I just want you to pay close attention to the outer contour lines of the object and also the interior contour lines of the object as well, and try to replicate them as best as you can. Okay, so I'm gonna try this now and see if I can do this. So I'm just paying close attention to how much space this is going to take up on my page. I kind of use my hand as a guide, and I'm going to go in here and draw this oval shape, and then draw the outside of that oval shape. There's a screw right there, and then an interior oval shape that goes like this with with the switch right there. And then we have another oval shape. I could be more exact, but for the purposes of this, you kind of just want to get through it a little bit. Okay, got these lines happening here. There's some more happening down here. Okay, now I'm going to draw this chord kind of going out like that. And I'm going to start attaching these lines down here. Really what this is doing is it's training your eye to look at shape and to look at spatial relationships and pay close attention to how all of these things are working together visually. Your brain is just dying to break this down into symbols, but an exercise like this is trying to train your brain to take a back seat, to relax, and to let your eye do all the heavy lifting. Notice how I'll draw the outline, contour line first, and then I'll go in and draw some interior shapes next. Okay, so let's draw this. Oop, broke my line, I'm pushing down too hard. Draw this cord wrapping around like this. It lines up with that. And this part comes here like that and kind of goes under there. All right, I'll come back to that later. Now I'm gonna finish the top of this. It's kind of broken piece out right there. Now I'm going fast because my eye is already somewhat trained to do this kind of stuff. When I did these kind of exercises when I was younger, did a lot of this stuff in high school. My teacher trained us, and maybe you did some of this too. It's always a good exercise to come back to every once in a while. But I was a lot slower, and I was used to doing a lot bigger sheets of paper as well. So they'll get frustrated if you're not going as fast as I'm going. I think you'll be all right going at whatever speed works for you. Okay, I messed up a little bit. I'm just going to bring this guy down there like that. Okay. Now let's go here and draw this base part. Not sure exactly how these work, but I'm just following the lines. Looks like there's okay. Now I've got a cord coming out here. That wraps around. That comes through here. And you see here, it's going to come in right there. I'm looking where lines start and lines end. So I want to make sure my cord comes around and ends right there as well. And you see here how the edge of this goes right almost to where these things come together. So I'm just going to watch out for that. And I'm just going to add like a little line here that defines that edge. All right, now I've got this stuff right here. To figure out, I'm just going to count these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. So let's do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I only could fit 6. All right, this isn't going to be too exact, but I'm getting the gist of it. Okay, there's that. And am I missing anything? Oh, there's another little screw right there. I missed that screw. And then I got to do this the plug coming out right here. Okay, I'm just going to draw this exterior contour first with the little pieces coming out. And then I'm going to fill in the interior contour lines. All right. It's not perfect, but it's close. I could see areas where, if you look at this, it's a lot more structurally sound, obviously, but I could see areas where I maybe could have spent a little more time focusing, like right in here and some of that. But for the most part, if you get something within this range, you should call that a success. All right, let's move on to the next exercise. Okay, we're doing drawing exercise number 3 now. This is all about negative space. So far, we've been preoccupied with lines that define the interior spaces, the actual positive space of the object. And this assignment is designed to help you figure out the spaces surrounding objects and to pay close attention to those, because those also help us help an artist define the object that they're trying to show. Again, this is another exercise just to train your eyes to detach from the brain a little bit and let them be in charge. So go ahead, if you haven't already, print out the chair drawing right here, and you can draw in this space on this side, or you can draw on your own sheet of paper, whatever you want to do. Again, I'm just going to use this mechanical pencil here. The reason I picked this picture of a chair is because it had all these nice geometric shapes in it that I think will be a little bit easier to duplicate over on this side. So I'm just going to start with an anchor shape. And this could be any shape that you want to pick, but I'm going to go with this triangle right here. And looking at the space, and relatively, it's going to be right around here. Okay, so let's go here and just draw that triangle. And now I'm going to draw this space next to the triangle and flesh that out a little bit. So notice how these angles are all working together. I can try to duplicate that to the best that I can. Also, pay attention to how this line of this triangle matches up to this line. Again, and I'm not focusing on the chair itself. I'm just focusing on the space around the chair. And this is another exercise to just help your eyes think about shapes a little bit differently. Man, I already messed up. Line should not. This is okay. This is a good example. See how I gave that line a curve? There's not that sharp of a curve there, but I've handled this chair. This is my chair. I've held this chair. I've folded it up. I've cleaned it with a rag, and I know that this curve, there's a curve here to the back here. My brain knows about that curve because it knows the dimensions of this. And so my brain, trying to make sense of this, added that curve there, even though visually there is no curve. This is so crazy, like, to do that. So there's a slight curve to it, but not what I did. I'm just gonna go like that. So again, this exercise is just as much for me as it is for you guys. Okay, we got that space done now. Now I'm going to do these other little triangles here. So come over here. Notice how this edge of this triangle matches up with this corner here. I want to make sure I duplicate that as well. And then come down here and add another triangle there. And then this rectangular piece. Okay, so far so good. All right, now we're going to come down here and do these little rectangle or trapezoidal shapes down under the chair. Okay, and this one next to it. Notice how this and this line's a little bit lower than that line. You got to make sure, remember to do that there. And how this line and this line are connected. All right. Also, this line and this line are connected, so I want to make sure those line up. All right, now I'm going to do this funky shape right in here. Try to fill that thing out. Okay, got to remember this line matches up with this line, and I went too far there, so I'm just going to erase that edge and keep going. See how this kind of gets right there, so I want to make sure I match that. And then I'm going to come down here. And these lines are somewhat parallel, so I'm going to make sure they match up. And have I done all the interior spaces? It looks like I have. You know what? This is a little bit too far, so just going to tighten that up a little bit. All right, so these are all the negative spaces inside the chair. Now I'm going to start adding the negative space on the outside of the chair. Okay, look how long that goes. I'm going to actually extend it beyond the edge here. Come up this way. Lines up right with that, and then we're going to go over here, and this line comes around here, so I want to make sure I do that. I'm just going to follow the edge of this up here until we come up here like this, and then make sure that this line matches the bottom here, that slight curve, not the drastic curve. I'm just going to add that little hole while I'm at it right there, and then come around this way, come down till right about here, and then fill in this leg. All right, and close that up there. Okay, there's my negative space drawing of a chair. Looking at it again here, I kind of skimped on this area. This feels like it sticks out a little more. I should have had that go out. I think I was just concerned with this line here, I was letting that distract me, which is probably a case for not drawing on this side of the sheet, but drawing someplace on a bigger sheet of paper. But already, like, here I am, I'm a professional artist. I do art for my job, and I'm still fighting some of these tendencies. That's how powerful your brain is sometimes. But again, this exercise, like, I would recommend this. You know, maybe I should do this like once a week, once a month, just to train myself. It was a little bit hard, a little intense, but I feel like I'm a better artist now from doing just these 3 exercises here. Okay, so that's it for our 3 exercises, and let's move on to the rest of the course. Okay, this next section is just about basic techniques. These are basic drawing techniques that every artist needs to be proficient at. A lot of times what you'll see in amateurs or people new to drawing is that most of their brain power, all that energy, is going to the craftsmanship of the drawing and not to the design. They're trying to figure out how to make a straight line or how to make the right curve, and they're not thinking about where that line should be and where that curve should be. So what you want to do is get really good at the craftsmanship so that it becomes second nature, it becomes muscle memory, so that all that brain power can be focused on the design, can be telling your hand where to put stuff instead of how to put stuff there. So what are these basic techniques? You need to be able to draw a straight line. You need to be able to draw curves. You should be proficient at drawing ellipses and circles. And you need to have line control, meaning you can draw lines accurately. They're in the place that you want those lines to be. The lines look confident and smooth. But before I get into those techniques, what those techniques are, I want to talk about your physiology, your muscles, and how you can actually use these things to your advantage to get better at these techniques. Okay, so your physiology, these are the muscles, the bones that make up how you work. And what you notice is you have the majority of your big muscles in your arm are up here in the shoulder, and they're up here in the upper part of your arm, your biceps, your triceps, your deltoids. These big muscles are very controlled, and they're great for big, graceful movements. So when you're drawing, you're going to want to use these bigger muscles for bigger, longer, graceful lines. Now, your smaller muscles, the muscles in your forearms and the muscles that move your hands and your fingers, these muscles are great for smaller, shorter lines for when you need detailed and controlled lines that you're doing on a smaller scale. Okay, so let me show you what I'm talking about here. What you want to do is when you're drawing longer, graceful lines is lock your elbow and just move up here, or maybe just lock your wrist. You might have slight movement in your elbow, but most of the movement is happening with these lines. So let me show you here. I'm going to draw a long, curved line. Notice how my wrist is locked, and I'm just going to move with the shoulder. See how that line gets long and graceful? It's not very wobbly. It's very controlled. It's because everything right here is locked. I can just go right in the middle there and do another really straight, graceful line. All that movement's happening up here in the shoulder and with these muscles here. Now, if I want to go in and make smaller, more detailed lines, then it's not going to be what's going on here. It's going to be happening in my wrists. So you could see here, these shorter lines are all happening with the wrist, or if I'm laying down some sketchy lines, this is all happening with my hands and my wrist. So reserve this kind of stuff for the things happening with your hands and wrists, and do these longer lines with a locked wrist and just moving at the elbow and the shoulder. What happens is if you try to make these long lines with your wrist, you're going to get, you can only go so far with those lines. Okay. Okay, so now I'm just going to demonstrate some of these basic techniques that you need to know. First, drawing a straight line. So a straight line, I usually do pulling towards me. I pull a line towards me, and when I'm trying to keep it straight and long, it's going to be these bigger muscles. So put your pencil down and just pull that line towards you with your wrist locked. Don't move it. Okay, and if you have to do a straight line that's going another way, just move the paper and pull that line towards you. Move the paper again. You'll notice I start off slow, and when I feel like I'm going in the right direction, I'll whip it up like that. So those are straight lines. Then if you need to go in and do detailed straight lines, it's the same kind of thing. I just pulled towards me, and now I'm just working with my wrist movement, not the bigger arm muscle movements. So that's how you do straight lines. Now, sketching versus drawing, okay? A lot of times what you do, and I'll use my orange pencil for this, Before you lay down a straight line, before you know where that straight line is going to go, you want to sketch in where that line is. And you see some people sketching and they kind of do like these fuzzy lines until they get right where they want to go. I would avoid doing that. What I would do is, you know, if I wanted to do a circle shape, you know, don't kind of go in and draw it like that. What you want to do is maybe lock your wrist and come in and sketch that circle shape, and then go in and add your other sketchy lines like that. And you can see I'm alternating between shoulder and wrist, but keep these lines as long as you can and try to avoid doing these shorter furry lines. Okay, so this is sketching. And when I'm sketching, I'm just putting down a bunch of random lines in a somewhat controlled fashion. Like that. And once I've got an overall shape kind of figured out, then I'll go in with the line, the darker line that I want to do, and I'll draw. So that's sketching, this is drawing. So now you're going in with a more controlled line. You can see if they're short, I'm using my wrist. And if they're long like this, I'm going to lock my wrist and just pull it down using my bigger muscles. I don't know what I'm drawing here. Just a weird shape. Okay. And then you can go back in and use your more sketchy lines to render in shadow and light and tone and stuff like that. All right, so sketchy lines, loose, just kind of finding the line that you want to do. Drawing is where you go in and you define which line you're actually going to use. And it's very controlled and it's very precise. You'll notice too the speed in which I'm sketching and the speed in which I'm drawing. You want to reserve speediness for your sketchy lines. Try not to, I don't know, if the slower you go, the more controlled your line gets. And usually when you're sketching, it is about exploration and trying to find the image on the paper. And so faster, I think going faster at that stage probably offers a much more compelling and interesting line work for you to choose from for when you go to drawing, which is going to be a much slower thing. Okay, one last thing I want to talk about is ghosting. Ghosting is where if you're not, maybe you're using a pen, you haven't sketched, you'll kind of, before you put your line down, find your line, not on the paper, but just above the paper, and you can kind of see where you want it to go. That's ghosting. And then when you figure that out, you can put that line down, kind of following what it was that you were ghosting. So that's basic techniques. Now I'm going to show you some exercises that you can do to get good at doing these basic techniques. I'm going to teach you how to train yourself to do good ellipses and good circles. I'm going to train you how to do these straight lines and how to do accurate lines that go where you want them to go, and then how to put that all together to make a drawing. All right, so these exercises are designed to get you to get good line control and to understand how your physiology works to make good line control. Exercise number 1, this is what I want you to do. Grab a sheet of paper, grab a pencil, a pen, whatever you want, and we're going to just do parallel lines. This is to train you to have controlled lines that have a nice evenness to them. So here you go. Grab your paper and using your bigger muscles, pull down towards you and draw one line, and then go right next to that and draw another parallel line as straight as you can. Repeat it. And you want to do it so that you can get these lines looking as straight as you can get them. Okay? do maybe 20 of these things, 20 of these lines. And this is a good exercise to do as you're, maybe you're starting out the day, you're starting out your drawing session, you need to warm up a little bit. Just break out a piece of copy paper and draw your straight lines there. And you see this one's a little bit wider, farther apart there. So I got a little controlled there. Now you've done those parallel lines. Now what I want you to do for your next line is do one that's a little bit wobbly. So how you make a wobbly line is you pull down, and as you're pulling down, you're moving ever so slightly these fingers back and forth. Okay, and then go right next to that and try to match that wavy line. And again, do this about 20 lines in a row just to get used to following those lines. This is gonna train you in having that line control. Now you see the space here. If you want, you can go in there and fill that space. Just get as precise as you can. All right, so that's the parallel line drawing exercise. For this next exercise, what I want you to do is grab your same sheet of paper or get a new piece of paper, and on it, draw, I don't know, 5 or 6, maybe 8 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We'll do 10. Make sure they're even. Okay, so now you've got 10 points on there, 8 or 10 points. And what you do is you pick a point and you line it up with another point and draw a straight line going between those 2 points. And this is to train your eye and your hand to work together. So you might want to ghost it a little bit and then pull down and draw as straight a line as you can to that point. Okay, I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna put these two together. Make sure they're across from each other. So let's do this one. Okay. Yeah, we'll do this one. And notice how I'm turning the paper each time, so I'm still pulling towards me. All right, practice that. If your lines aren't quite matching up with the dots, keep working on it until they do. I'm going to do another one. Okay. All right, that is the point-to-point drawing exercise. Okay, the next exercise I want you to do is called the center point line. Draw a dot right in the middle of a space, and then do about 10, 12 lines going straight through that dot. So you start at one end, and I missed it. Okay, let's try that again. Start here and just draw a line that goes straight through it. There's 3 of them, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, so practice that until you can get that going pretty good, where you can get those lines going through that dot every single time. Okay, this exercise is the drawing ellipses training exercise. So what I want you to do is get another sheet of paper or get an open space on your paper and draw 4 lines in kind of a C shape, something like that. Maybe you could do 5 if you want. And then what you're going to do is you're going to draw a curve that goes right through those dots. And you want that curve to cut through them in a way that doesn't upset the curve, that it all looks like it's a part of the same curve and there's no joints in that curve. This is what you do not want to do. So start your line here. You see how there's kind of a corner there, a corner there, a corner there. That's not what you want to do. What you want to do is something a little bit more like this. And this is going to require you to like really plot it out and look at this line thing and look at this dot pattern and figure out how that line would actually go through it. You might have to do this a few times to get it right. I might have to do it a few times to get it right. Here we go. There we go. That line was a little off. Let's try it again. You see how this is much more curved than this initial one. Okay, so I'm just going to ghost it this time so I'm a little bit, have a better idea of what I'm doing here. All right. This is hard. Okay. Ooh. I'll do one more just to show you. You can draw along while I'm doing this if you want. Okay, so I ghost it, try to find that, and then there we go. So those are your curves. Again, don't do like that. You want to keep it as smooth a curve as possible. What that does is it trains you to draw ellipses. What I'm going to do is sketch out an ellipse. And an ellipse is when you're sketching, you can get a little bit looser, and it can be a little bit, doesn't have to be quite as exact, but you want your drawing, when you're drawing your ellipse, to be exact. So basically I'll ghost it first and then I'll put it down. And just kind of draw in a circle like that. And you can see that most of the movement is happening in the elbow and the shoulder here, and with a little bit of movement happening in my fingers and wrists just to get that thing going. So my shoulder and my elbow are doing this movement, and then my hand is doing an up-down movement. And when those combine, you get an ellipse. Okay, same thing for when you're doing a circle. Shoulder and wrist working together. You could do a circle, that's like a more of a line circle, but you can do a circle with just your wrist shape. Okay, so for your ellipse and your circle exercise, what I want you to do is find a blank space on your paper and fill it with circles. So do a few big circles, do some little circles, do some bigger circles, and fill in all the shapes, all the spaces with circles until tiny ones until you've filled it up. Okay, now do the same thing with the ellipses. You can do wider ones, skinnier ones, but just get your muscle memory, build some muscle memory to doing this kind of thing, because from here on out, we're going to be doing a lot of these kind of shapes. All right, so that is circles and ellipses and how to, I guess, master that technique. All right, lastly is drawing squares. And the squares are kind of the same thing it's going to take a little bit of muscle control, and it's kind of the same thing with the ellipse thing, whereas you can do the dot thing where you draw 4 dots and then put those lines together just to get yourself control. That's one thing you can do. But I want you to get to the point where you can sketch out a pretty good square like that. And you can draw 2 lines and attach those 2 lines, and you feel confident doing that thing. And it shouldn't take you too much time. You shouldn't, be sitting here trying to work it out. You can start out that way, but you want to get to the point where you can just knock out a square. Start with 1 line, maybe you draw 2 lines this way, and then close it off. Okay? If you're not there yet, then yeah, try sketching it out like that. Closing those things off. Okay, perspective drawing. This is the last technique that I want to go over, basic technique that I want to go over before we move on to the rest of the course. You need to learn basic 1-point perspective and 2-point perspective, and it's not as hard as you think. It's actually quite simple. So what I'm going to do is 1-point perspective. You draw a point, and this is where these point line exercises, the line exercise and the point exercises come in handy. So you draw a point, and then you draw 2 lines for your square, and then you just eyeball it, line up that point to the edge of the 2 lines there. And that's your square in perspective. You can do 2 points up here, line that up, and line that up. Okay, now you can also go this way and draw 2 lines this way and line them up. Okay, and we'll do a couple down here like this. So you line up this line, line up that line, and there is another square, square in perspective. Just make sure that all these points line up, and then if you have any of these little things tailing off, you just go in and erase them. No big deal. That's how you draw a square in 1-point perspective. Now I'm going to teach you how to draw a cube in 1-point perspective. So you take any of these and you draw lines going off of them like that. You finish out your square like that, and then you go here and you just line up that line there. And do the same here. Parallel lines coming off like this, bring it down like that, and then line up that line right there with those. Same down here. Just draw your square like that. Draw your square like that. Now the next thing you want to do is also maybe go in and draw the other side of the square and line up those lines as well. Draw the interior. So have that line go there, have that line go there, meet at this point, and then follow these two so they line up. Okay, so I want you to do a bunch of these. Fill a page with just a bunch of 1-point perspective boxes. All right, so that's 1-point perspective. Now 2-point perspective, it's a little bit different, but I don't think it's any trickier. What you do is you draw 2 points on a page instead of 1 point, and then you just draw a line right in the middle of those points. You can pick anywhere you want to draw that line. So I'm just draw one right there. Okay, and then you can draw lines going from those dots to the end of that line. And this is going to be the corner of your box. So you have one box going off in that perspective, which is just 1-point perspective. And then you have another box or another side of the box going in that perspective. And now you've got your box, just the corner of your box in 2-point perspective. Now, and this part can be a little bit tricky. Let's do the other sides, the insides of the box. So this corner and this corner need to line up with that side. So I'm going to draw a line that goes there, draw a line that goes there, and close off that square. And then you attach this point and this point to this corner and this corner. Okay, and so that's the interior of your box. You can see that these lines line up directly with that dot as well. So this is your cube in 2-point perspective. Now, this is a lot of work to kind of line everything up and do that. What I want you to do is get good at just doing this freehand. So you know a box in 2-point perspective, you draw your corner, you draw 2 shorter lines, and you just close it off like that. And then if you want to do the interior, you can do like that. I'm going to do a 2-point perspective box from a lower vantage point. So I'm going to draw a line here and go like that, and then draw 2 horizontal lines there, and then make sure this line matches up with that, and this line matches up with that. And here is my box below. We'll do the same thing above here. Okay, these are really distorted because we're getting far away from the line, but take this, absorb this, and get to the point where you don't need to draw out these points. Just get comfortable drawing a box in this 2-point perspective. What you're doing when you're at this point is you're just imagining where these vanishing points are, but your brain's kind of doing it on its own without you really having to draw the lines and go there. Okay, so those are your 2-point perspective boxes. All right, that's it for these basic techniques. Practice this stuff, get good at it, and then and once you feel like you're getting there, you're getting confident with it, let's move on to this to the next part of this course. We're going to be doing a lot of drawing and a lot of shape-based drawing. You got to know this stuff so that you can effectively apply all the things I'll be talking about next in building out shapes. Okay, we're moving on to the next big section of this class. Up until now, I've wanted you to get your brain conditioned to understanding how to draw. I want to get your eyes conditioned to understanding how to draw, and also get your muscles conditioned to understand how to draw, get that muscle memory going. All that was necessary up to this point so that we can go to this next stage of shape, line, and tone, and really buckle down and figure out how to make good drawings. I know some of this stuff so far as may have seemed a little mundane or boring, and I know some of these next stages might also feel a little bit the same, but I want you to think of it like The Karate Kid. I don't know if you saw that movie. I remember seeing it as a young kid in the 80s, and Mr. Miyagi was making Daniel. He wanted to learn karate. He wanted to get out there and do all the moves, right? And fight the bad guys, right? And Mr. Miyagi's like, okay, you want to learn karate? Go paint the fence. And so there he was painting the fence up and down. And then he's like, please, can I learn something? Learn some actual like moves. And Mr. Miyagi's like, okay, go wax the car. So he's over there waxing the car, and he's showing him like the exact way to wax. Wax on, wax off. You know, paint your stroke up, paint your stroke down. Daniel didn't understand that what he was learning was all these fundamental principles to karate, right? And he was forming muscle memory. He was getting stronger. And so that's what you're doing now in this class. We're going to get to the drawing later, the actual real like drawing whatever you want to draw. But for now, we got to go through, we got to wax on, wax off. We got to paint the strokes up, paint the strokes down. This is all the stuff that we're doing. All right. So stick with me. let's keep going and let's talk about shape. All right, out of the three, shape, line, and tone, I think shape's the most important. I see lots of amateur artists or student level artists who have great line work and they're good at like laying in shadow and tone, getting the right colors and stuff. But their drawings look flat and their characters lack dimension, or their environments have wonky perspective to it or wonky shapes to it. So shape is important. You got to learn this stuff. And the first thing I want to talk about in shape are the three primary shapes. So let's go over to the art desk. We're going to do the three primary shapes and learn these shapes inside and out. And I'm going to show how those shapes apply to building every possible image that you want to draw. Every object on Earth is based off of these three primary shapes. Okay, so before we move on, I want to make sure that you've printed out your this print packet for the shapes. It should have 3 different kinds of sheets in it. Have those printed out and ready to go because we're going to be drawing over the top of them. And let's talk about shape. So the 3 primary shapes are the square, the triangle, and the circle. And it's from those 3 shapes that every shape that you want to create, every object you want to draw is derived from those 3 shapes or variations off of those shapes. And so you got to learn how to draw these shapes. You got to learn how to draw them in different angles and how to divide them and add to them and subtract from them in order to get good at having good structural drawings. All right. So let's start with this sheet right here. I'm going to grab where's my pencil? Okay, so just for just to start out, run your line over the square just so that you feel good drawing these shapes. Triangle and the circle. You could practice that, drawing over those. You can draw over these shapes as well and do the crosses in the middle. But what I want you to do is look at how we find the center point of each of these shapes. So to find the center point of a square, you can cross it this way, and then you cross it this way, and that is the exact middle of that square. And then from that you could derive how to subdivide this shape into quarters. That's something you're going to want to do. And then from there, I want you to go on to this section. You can practice drawing over this if you want, but I want you to take this square and draw a perfect circle in it. Okay, so pay attention to how thin it gets on these sides, how thick this shape gets here, but draw a perfect circle in a square. You're going to need this later on as you're trying to put squares or circles into perspective. Forgot to mention this when I was recording, but you see these 4 points where the circle touches the square. Remember those points. Anytime that you're drawing a circle, if those points, if the circle isn't touching the square on those points, then something's wrong with your circle. So keep that in mind in the future as we draw circles and squares from different perspectives. All right, now once you're done with that, I want you to go down here to the triangle and subdivide it in halves. Okay, so draw a line right down the center there, and then go this way and draw a line right down the center there, and draw a line that way. And then I want you to do the same thing with the circle. Okay, good. Once you've done that, this is all important to do. I want you to go over here on this blank, the rest of this page here, and just practice that and do about 4 or 5 of these for each shape. So draw your own triangle, draw your own square, and draw your own circle. And then go in and just cut those shapes in half. Okay. You can do circle like that. Also, take your square. I just eyeballed it, but practice doing this. Finding the corners, finding that middle, and then subdividing it like that as well. And then once you're done with that and you've got a few squares here and a few triangles, I want you to go into each of those squares and just draw circles in each of those squares. Okay, you got that? All right. Next step, and this has to do with the basic shapes. I want you to take the rest of this open space or on another sheet of paper and start drawing some rectangles. Just draw a few rectangles. You can draw them horizontally as well if you want. And then find the center point for each of those rectangles as well. This is something, you know, if you're bored watching a movie on the couch or something like that, this is something really easy to practice doodling. Or you're on the phone with somebody or something, but in your free time, see if you could find yourself practicing these and just getting good at this. This is my phone doodles. Okay, so once you've done that, you've found the center point and you've subdivided it into quarters. I want you to go in now and draw ellipses in these rectangles. Okay, so an ellipses is just a elongated circle, and make sure it fits right in there. This is where that exercise that I had you guys do, where you make the 3 points, and you've got to make the ellipse or the curve go right through those points in a curvy manner, so that there isn't angles at the points. This is where this comes into play. Okay, so the bad thing to do is to have your ellipses look like that. That's more of like a diamond. You don't want that. You want them to come around and just flow through those points as fluidly as possible. Okay. All right. Now, one more thing to do on this page or on another page is take your rectangles, draw a few more rectangles, find that center point like that, and then I want you to just draw a triangle. Find this corner point and go to the center point and draw a triangle in there as well. Okay. Do that a couple times. You could just eyeball it. You don't have to do all those lines. Just draw a triangle in each of those. All right, so that is basic shapes. Go practice this. And once you've done that, let's move on to the next lesson where we'll be putting these shapes into perspective. All right, let's draw these shapes into perspective. So I want you to print out this sheet or grab this sheet if you've already printed it out. And we're going to be working on this as well. And then get an extra piece of paper, a blank piece of paper to have handy too. Okay, so let me grab my pencil here. With this sheet, what I want you to do is go through each of these squares and find the center point on all of them. So cross them like that, and then now you know where the center point is. When a shape is in perspective, that center point is going to be over. It's not going to be visually right in the middle. It's going to be over a little bit, and you got to adjust for that. So watch as I draw a line through here and through here. You can see that midpoint kind of skews farther this way. Okay, so that's why you draw the X through there, so you can find that. And then line up your 1 point perspective here and find that line in the middle. And let's do it with this shape right here. Okay. And then come up here and do these guys up here. Just gonna do a couple of these. I'm just eyeballing it. This is where, again, those early exercises where you're trying to cut that line between two dots, this is where that comes into play, and that's why I want you guys to get good at that first before you do this stuff. Okay, so we did this side. You can go through and do this side as well. I'm going to do a couple of these guys right here. Just going to turn the sheet. All right. There we go, and one more right here. Okay, so go through. Maybe you could push pause right now and just draw X's on all the rest of these, and then we'll come back and we'll finish out this next thing that I want you to do. Okay, so I've fleshed all these out. I've filled out all the lines and all the squares. Hope you have too. And now what I want you to do is go in and on one half of this sheet, draw in ellipses and circles on all of these squares, so that you get used to drawing ellipses and circles in perspective. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit tricky. And there's some practice to it. But here's what you do. So let's just start with these middle ones right here. Because these are more elongated and it's easier for me to draw an ellipse vertically, I'm going to turn my page. Whatever's more comfortable for you, you can do. Let's go with this first one. So my ellipse is going to be narrower on one side and wider on the other side. Now, you know, the point where it's the curviest there, I guess that zenith of the curve, is actually on the other side of the halfway point. But if I were to draw this away from the square, it would look exactly symmetrical. It's just that in perspective, the halfway mark is down like that. Okay, that's how you know it's in perspective a little bit. So let's do this one here. This might be a little bit easier. And again, you got to draw through these points. This is so hard. If you're struggling with this, that's perfectly normal. It just takes some practice to get your brain and your eyeball working together with your physiology. All right, so those are those guys. Let's do these ones over here. Just do one more of these before moving on. All right, so if you feel like you got it from doing that, maybe you do the top half, do all the circles in there, but do it until you feel like you got it. All right, now in the bottom part, what I want you to do is to go in and draw triangles. And these triangles are going to be in perspective, and just get used to that shape of a triangle. And maybe what I'm going to do here is take my kneaded eraser, if you have yours handy, and just lighten some of these squares up. So I could still see the line work there, but it's not so strong. That way I can use them as guides and not have them compete with the lines that I'm going to be doing. All right, so let's do some triangles. Okay, so the triangle is you find the two corners and the middle point, and you draw a line that lines up with all of those. Okay, I want you to do every different angle. And notice how these triangles look in perspective. I've done pointing up, pointing left, pointing right. Let's do one pointing down here. All right. So do that, finish out the page drawing your squares, your circles, and your triangles with those shapes divided into half. And then what I want you to do, the next thing I want you to do is flip this over, flip your paper over, draw your own horizon line and vanishing point, and start making your own squares from your own mind. Okay, and don't use the guide. So this is all about training you now how to do this on your own. Okay, so I'm going to do another one here. You know, maybe you make these lines closer together or farther apart like that, and then you figure out where those lines are coming from, the vanishing point. And if you got loose ends, just take them off. Once you've done a few of these, do a vertical one here. A couple of those. Once you've done a bunch of them, maybe do like 10 or 20 of these, then go in and figure out where their center point is. Okay. And then let me just do a couple more of these. All right, maybe rub them down a little bit. I'm gonna roll this over the top just to lighten them up. That lightens them up. Now go in and draw your circles. So that the point of this now is that you can create these all by yourself. You don't need the guide to do it. Because if you want to be able to draw everything, this is something you're going to have to be able to do. You're going to have to eyeball it. All right, so let's take some time to do that, and then I'm going to come back and we'll do shapes in the 2-point perspective. All right, now we're going to move on to 2-point perspective shapes. Print out this sheet. If you already have it, grab it. Also grab an extra piece of paper, or you can flip over and draw on the back of this. But this is really rough, by the way. So you can go in and fix my curvy lines here and stuff if you want. But I want you to do the same thing. So go over in here with each of these squares and find that halfway point and subdivide these shapes. You know what? I broke my own rule. I gotta line it up with that vanishing point. There we go. That's better. Line it up with the vanishing point and divide it into those into all those pieces. Okay. So go in here, do a few of these. Eyeball the perspective there. Yeah, you know, and also some of you might want to get out a ruler to do this stuff to make it exact. And I would say don't, because you want to get to the point where you can draw without the aid of extra tools. And the more you can do eyeballing it and in your head, the better you're going to be as an artist. So don't worry if it's not perfectly exact, but get it in the ballpark so that it looks convincing. Okay, I just kind of eyeballed that one. Let's see if I cut this in half, if I got that center point right. Looks like I did. Okay, so once you've got a few of those in 2-point perspective, I want you to do the same thing. I'm going to roll my eraser over this just to lighten them up. But I want you to go in there and now draw ellipses in each one of these guys. Make sure that ellipses touches on each of these points right here, because that's, if you go back to this image, you could see that there's a contact point here, a contact point there on all 4 sides. And so if you're drawing an ellipse that doesn't touch on each of these contact points, it's going to be a little bit wonky. Oh man. I really messed that one up. This is hard stuff, but this is why we do it. You want to get good as an artist, so you got to do some hard stuff sometimes. I worry that artists sometimes, they follow this, they pursue it because they like it and it's fun, and then if it ever gets hard, then they're the first ones to quit and throw in the towel. So you just got to understand, there's going to be some tricky, difficult things to do sometimes in art if you want to be a really good artist. All right, so there's my ellipses in perspective. Some are a little bit better than others, but practice that, get good at that. Fill out the whole sheet. And then what I want you to do, we got to do the triangles too. So on this bottom part, cut these shapes in half so you can find that center point. Make sure you're in perspective. And then make a triangle in 2-point perspective. Do that with all of these down here. I'll do one more just to show you. Okay, there's another triangle. All right, now what I want you to do is you can either stay on this page because there's some room on the side, or you can flip it over. And I want you to do your own 2-point perspective shapes. Okay, so draw your line down the middle, and I'll do 2 lines coming out that way. I'll do 2 lines coming out that way, and now I've got my square in the middle there. Then I can find the center point by looking where these 2 lines converge in the middle. Make sure these 2 lines follow the perspective. And then once you've done 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 of these squares, go in and draw your ellipses in them, and then triangles as well. All right, once you feel good and confident in that, Then we can move on to the next stage where things start going into 3 dimensions. Okay, so now we're going to take things into the 3rd dimension. We're going to start with the cube because the cube is the basic building block of all the other shapes. You have to be able to understand how to draw the cube at different angles and different perspectives, and just get confident with drawing a cube before you can move on to the other shapes. So first, let's do a cube in 3D. Now, I want you to, we talked about perspective a little bit already. I want you to just find a nice, comfortable cube shape that you can get used to. So for me, it's one where we can kind of see the top. It's a 3/4 view, and that right there is the cube shape that I can get used to. And if I draw through it, that's what it looks like in the back side. So find a cube. You can do the cube that I did right there. Sometimes it definitely favors one side. You can do it like that. But for the purposes and for the rest of this, of the lessons here, I'm going to probably just stick with doing this 3/4 cube view. And what I'm doing is, as I'm drawing these cubes, I'm imagining the perspective. I don't have vanishing points on my page, but I'm imagining them going off in some direction. And as long as these 2 lines look like they will eventually meet at a vanishing point, that's good enough. So get good at that, figuring out how to do a cube like that. Once you've done that, once you've got a cube figured out, I want you to, I'll do one more right here. One thing to point out too is when you draw a cube, this is 1-point perspective. This is 1-point perspective. And this top cube has 2 vanishing points or the top square has 2 vanishing points that it needs to worry about as well. So this line, and this line should all feel like they're going to the same vanishing point. This line, and this line should all feel like they're going to the same vanishing point. What I don't want you to do is to draw a perfectly, perfectly rigid cube like this. Keep your cubes loose and make them look like they are in perspective so that these lines all feel like they're converging, that will converge at a vanishing point somewhere. All right, so once you've done that, once you've got your cubes figured out, what I want to do is figure out where the center of the cube is. And the way that you figure that out is you have to find the center point of all the squares. So I'm going to draw lines cutting through each of these back panels of the square, of the cube. I'm going to go and do the front ones. And you'll notice that when I go do the front ones, it has to line up with these bottom lines that are already attached to them. Okay, and when I go to do the horizontal line, it has to match up with those lines as well. Okay, now going to the top, I just have to line these 2 lines up. And now I've got, it's a little confusing, but there's a lot of lines there, but it's making sense. It should make sense in your head. And what you can do is draw darker lines in the foreground. Oh, I missed one line. That line attaches there. So all you're doing is you're taking these individual squares of the cube and finding the center point. And once you've done that, you've got this point, this point, this point, this point, and this point. Oh, and that one too. And if you line up, draw lines attaching each of those points, you could find the center point of that cube. And in the process, what you've done is you've drawn, let's see, 8 other smaller cubes that make up this bigger cube. Okay, so that is drawing a cube and finding the center point of the cube. Now let's move on to other shapes. Okay, so now we're going to do other shapes now. We're going to do spheres, cylinders, and triangles or cones. Variations off those things. Okay, so get out a blank sheet of paper. What I want you to do is draw your cube on there. Flesh that thing out. Notice on my cube, I'm again, this line, and this line are all going off to some vanishing point off the page, and this line, and this line are all going off to some vanishing point off the page. All right, and once you've drawn the outside of your cube, draw the inside of your cube. And these two lines need to feel like they're going to their vanishing points. Okay, so now you've got your cube. And to draw a cylinder, what you're going to do is find that center point on the top and on the bottom. Messed up that line a little bit. Okay, now I've got those 2 center points figured out, and the center points on each of these things. Now what you're going to do is draw your ellipse in your square, just like you practiced in the 1-point perspective. So draw that ellipse right there like that, and then go on the bottom and draw the other ellipse. Make sure that just like we practiced here, that your circle meets at all those points. Okay, now that you've got 2 ellipses, you're just going to go to the outermost edge, pull it down, and now you have a cylinder. All right, this is what I want you to be thinking in your head as you draw a cylinder. And once you've drawn the cylinder, now I just want you to freehand it. Draw a freehand cylinder. So draw an ellipse. You don't even have to do the cube. Draw let's do it this way. Draw 2 lines going down, and then draw your bottom ellipse as well. And that is your ellipse. That is your cylinder, sorry. Once you've done that, go in and find the center point. I'm just eyeballing it, but figure out what that center point of that ellipse is, just so that you know it's there. In the future, as you get more comfortable, this is what I want you to be thinking about as you draw an ellipse. You don't have to draw these lines on every ellipse, but this is what I want you thinking about. Okay, that's the progression in your mind, so that you could sit down, and when you need to, you could just draw an ellipse or draw a cylinder like that with a couple of ellipses. All right, so it's drawing a cylinder. Gotta quit messing up on that. Now let's do a sphere. Okay, so we're gonna fit a sphere inside our cube. And draw the back end of it there. And let's figure out where the center square is, because this is going to be the round part of our sphere. Okay, so you can just eyeball it, that the sphere needs to touch, our ellipse needs to touch those 4 points. going to draw an ellipse right in the middle, like that. And then we're going to draw an ellipse that goes this way as well. Okay, so in this square right here, we're going to fill that up with an ellipse. All right, so there's our two ellipses intersecting at this point, and that's going to be the basis of your sphere. Now what you do is you draw a perfect circle that fills that matches all those things. Now you'll notice that our sphere is a little elongated. That's because the cube that we're drawing it in probably isn't a perfect cube. It might be a little bit elongated there. So there's our sphere inside of a cube. Now what I want you to do is, once you've done that, go, and this is the easy way to draw a sphere, but this is what I want you thinking about as you draw a sphere, that it actually exists in 3D space, but it's drawn accurately with on a 2D flat surface. So this is where eye and brain are working together. So draw your circle and just go in there and draw your half ellipse and your other ellipse that cuts it in half as well, just so that you can visually see what the three-dimensional space that this sphere takes up. Okay, so there is how you draw a sphere. Now let's do a pyramid, and then a cone. We'll do them right next to each other. Okay, so again, draw your cube. This cube's a little different each time. Okay, so your four-sided pyramid is going to have to come to a point in the very center. So I'm just going to eyeball it and say that's the point that the pyramid comes to. Now all you got to do, and this is really easy, this is one of the easiest shapes to do, is you want to connect and make a triangle here, and then connect these and make a triangle there, and then connect these shapes down there, and there is your pyramid that exists inside the cube. Now for bonus points, why don't you go through here and figure out what the middle square of that pyramid looks like and cut it in multiple sections, just so you know. Just so you know, it's dimensional shape. Your brain wants to think about those dimensional shapes, but your eye's the one that realizes it's just these two triangles, a thick triangle or an isosceles triangle and an acute triangle. Obtuse triangle and acute triangle, right? Is that what they're called? I don't know. Okay, so there's your pyramid. Your cone is going to be taking up the same kind of space inside of your cube, but this time you draw a sphere or an ellipse on the bottom. You find that center point in the middle there and just go like that. And then for bonus points, you go in and you figure out all the little ellipses that make up that cone. You can even do a center line going right down the middle of it as well. And once you've done that, freehand it. Don't do it inside the box, but freehand your cone. Just do something simple like that, and all the while thinking this is the shape that it takes up in three-dimensional space. We'll do it with the pyramid as well. Okay, Well, there's another kind of pyramid. What you could do is do a triangular base and have it be a 3 or a 4-sided pyramid instead of a 5-sided pyramid. So there's another version of that. All right, so that's how you draw your basic 3-dimensional shapes, like the square, the triangle, and the sphere. These basic shapes here, the cylinder, the pyramid, the cone, the sphere, and the cube, are like the 5 basic shapes that can make up anything. If you want to draw a car, if you want to draw a character, if you want to draw a tree or a building, it's going to be made up of these 5 basic shapes right there, or a version of those shapes. All right, go practice those, and then we'll move on with the rest of the lessons. All right, so we've got the basic 3D shapes figured out, how to draw those. Now let's start adding shapes together to make more interesting shapes. Okay, so the first thing we're doing is going to just start off simple. We're going to add 2 cubes together. All right, so draw a cube. Doing this one from a little bit higher up. Okay, you got a cube there. Now, go ahead and just right next to it, add another cube. And I know this is super simple, but let's do the basics first. All right, so once we've sketched that out, we can go over with a darker line and draw an elongated cube, which is just a rectangle. Okay, so that's a simple thing to do, but let's stick a cube. Oh, my lights are banging together there. Let's stick a cube like right here. Okay, so we'll draw it like this. Just going to draw it over the top of these 2. And then we're going to figure out where we want this to intersect. And wherever it intersects, we draw a line on this cube where it intersects. And from here over, we're going to draw a line to this part where it intersects. And then draw in these lines to solidify it. And then we can go in and erase these lines back here. And now we've got a cube sticking out of a cube. Okay, so let's do another one over here. So let's draw a plane in front of it, and let's draw a plane going this way, and then we'll kind of cut it right there because it cuts into the cube, and we'll just do 2 points right there and follow them along the edge of this cube. And that is how we would add that guy there. And then we can go in and erase. Dang it, I ran out of batteries. Then we can go erase all these lines around here and darken in the ones we want to keep. All right, so those are cubes sticking out of cubes. These are cubes attached to each other. You could even go in, we could do cube right here, and then draw another cube sticking out like that, and lighten up those sketchy lines, and then go over the top with darker lines on just the lines we want to keep. All right, so what I want you to do is take a minute, and you can do the cubes, add the cubes together that I've added, or figure out your own way to add cubes together. But just go nuts. Add as many different cube formations you can together. Another thing you might want to try too, and I just thought of this right now. Should have thought of this sooner as I was doing my lesson plan. Adding cubes together at different angles. That's really tricky, but let's try it. Okay, so this cube, we're gonna add this cube here, but then we want to put a cube maybe over here that's in 1 point perspective. So I'm just gonna draw a square that's in 1 point perspective. And I'm gonna go down about halfway and go up about, I don't know, that much, and draw the top, draw it down like that. Okay, now we see where this line and this line come together. That's going to be our joint. That's the seam where those two shapes come together. I'm just going to go in and darken this, lighten some of those sketchy lines first, but keep these lines dark. Okay, and that's how I would do like two cubes intersecting at weird angles. We could even do another one like sticking out of the top right here. So let's just draw another square like that. We'll go down, we'll go up, sketch that in lightly, and you see where this square here is on the same plane as that. That's going to be where everything that's behind this line right here is going to be obscured by this other cube. I'm going to go in and draw these seams. All right, so there we have 3 cubes at different angles intersecting with each other. And that is combining cube shapes. Now let's move on to combining some other shapes. What are we going to do? Intersecting cubes with spheres now. Okay, so we've got a cube. Now let's do a sphere like sticking in over here. So draw your sphere here. Now remember I said when you draw a sphere, be thinking of it as a round shape. So let's draw an ellipse that exists on the same plane as the top of this cube. So that ellipse is probably going to be like that. Okay. All right. So that is where this ellipse intersects with this side. Now we got to figure out where the ellipse that takes up this side of the sphere, where it attaches to this cube. So this point right here and this point right here, because this plane right here is where it is. So we're just going to draw a flat ellipse that is coming right off of this, okay? Okay, so now we've got that figured out. It's really tricky stuff. And we see where these 2 points come together and this point hits right there. This is where you're going to draw your seam for this sphere. Just going to come around like that. And flesh it out like that. So that's our sphere intersecting with a cube. You want me to do another one? It was really tricky, so let's do another one sticking out like right here on the corner. Okay, so you figure out this plane, where this plane of this square exists in this sphere. So it's probably going to be right there, like that. And then you have to figure out where this plane exists in this sphere. So it's probably going to hit right where this ellipse attaches to those corners. So we'll go like this. So now this ellipse and this ellipse are both in conjunction with this plane and this plane. Okay, and wherever it attaches to the edge of the plane, that's where we're going to draw a seam. So let me just lighten this up. Draw a nice darker line over it. And here we have an ellipse sticking out of that side of that box right there. Okay, so that's ellipse or spheres and cubes intersecting with each other. Now let's do a cube intersecting with, how about with a cone? Okay, so let's just stick a cone like right into it right here. We need to have our, if this is how the ellipse fits in on this side of this plane, then our ellipse for the cone is probably going to be something like that. We're going to figure out the center point. I'm just eyeballing it, but something like that. And have that center point go right into the side of this thing. Now, wherever it attaches here, we're going to draw another ellipse on there. And that's the ellipse that intersects with this wall of the cube. And already I can see that I'm going to need to lose that line, but this section and this section of the ellipse, we're going to draw lines attaching them and finish that line out here like this and finish it like that. And that's a cone sticking into this cube. All right, so there's that. Let's do a pyramid and a cube together. So come over here and do another cube. Let's have a pyramid maybe like sticking out the side here and coming up here, okay? So let's draw the base square of this pyramid like that. And I'm wanting it to come down right about to here. So this is where it's connecting on the level of this cube, right? Okay, so the center of this pyramid is right about there. Just drawing my cross lines. I'm going to go up to this point. And now all it is a matter of lining up these four corners to that thing. Okay, but we still have to figure out where it intersects over here. This gets really, really tricky. So we've got to draw the square that aligns straight with this plane. All right, now we know that this square is the same on this pyramid, is the same plane as this square on the top of the cube. So it's right here, and is that right? It's getting really, let me lighten this up. There's so many lines right there. Okay. There we go. Okay, so now we draw this point and this point coming there, and that's the angle for this side of the pyramid sticking out of the cube right there. Okay, now let's just finish this out and add a cube that sticks out of the bottom of this pyramid. All right, so now what you see we're building here almost looks like a little house or a castle or something. Okay, so let's go over here. Got some open space. Let's do a cube. Like this. And let's stick a roof on it. Okay, so we find the center point here and the center point of the cube there, and stick it up like that to the peak of the roof, something like that. We'll draw a line connecting the ridge of the roof right there, and then we'll attach the roof to this corner and to this corner. Okay, so now we've got a roof on the top of this cube. Now, let's stick some windows coming out of the side here. Okay, so the shape that we're going to shove into this is basically that right there, right? Okay, so we're going to draw this shape on the plane here, and we're going to draw where this square intersects from this corner to this corner. So we have to figure out where this plane and this plane, these ones, intersect here. And what it is you find the halfway point here and the halfway point here and the halfway point there, and it's somewhere right about there. So we're going to connect it like that. All right. We'll do it again right here just to make sure it makes absolute sense. Okay, so actually we'll do it again down here. Okay, so we've got our base there. We've got our roof. Okay, does that look about right? This gets really technical, but we're going to do a line Okay, so this triangle here and this triangle here is the space that this thing is going to take up. The halfway point right here, this is where it comes up there, and this halfway point here is where it intersects with the roof right there, because that's halfway point. And then this point and this point come together like that. And that is how you have the window sticking out of the roof, okay? And it all comes down to understanding these planes, halfway points, and where the planes are intersecting. That's where you want to figure out. Now, it might even show a little space here where it sticks out on the other side. Look at that. So if we're drawing it, you can see there's going to be a little bit sticking out right there on that side as well. Okay, what else do we want to intersect? Okay, so we're going to draw a cube intersecting with the cylinder. So let's draw a cube here. Okay, now we're going to add a cylinder, maybe like sticking up halfway through and coming out this way. So we'll have the cylinder. What we want to do is draw the part of the cylinder that intersects with this plane. So we're going to draw the ellipse that makes up that part of the cylinder. And then we're going to draw the ellipse that attaches to this back plane right here, have it sticking out like that. And then we'll draw a third ellipse over here. And these three ellipses are going to make up our cylinder. So we'll draw the outer line going around this way. And you see where it attaches right there and attaches right there, attaches right there. This is all the contact points of where this cylinder cuts into the cube. So this is where we're going to draw our seams right along there. Stop right there and then connect these two dots and then draw like that. And now we've got a cylinder sticking out of a cube. Okay, we need to intersect a few more shapes here before we can call this good. We need to do spheres intersecting with spheres and spheres intersecting with pyramids and cones. So I kind of feel like you're getting the picture now. I don't know if we have to do examples of all these, but let's just do a sphere here with a cylinder sticking out of it or sticking into it, right? So our sphere is going to be like this. It's going to be like this. And let's have a cylinder coming off like this, coming into it, okay? Just like that. So in order for this to work, you have to, this is actually going to be kind of easy. You have to imagine the sphere being made up of other spheres, other ellipses that follow the outside of it like this. And the one that matches up directly with the cylinder, that's going to be the edge that the cylinder attaches to or connects to the sphere, just like that. Now what happens if we want to do the same thing? Like we want to connect it like this and have it sticking into the sphere like that. So what you're going to do is you're going to find where it attaches to the sphere right there and figure out kind of, this is where it does get tricky, kind of that ellipse that cuts into it right there and the ellipse that cuts into it right there. And because this sphere is round, it's going to be not a perfect line going through there, but a curved line that kind of follows the gist of those two ellipses that run into each other. So it's going to curve like this and come around like that. And you're going to have this nice curved thing happening there. That one takes a little practice to get it to look right. But it's basically, you've got the ellipse happening on the side of the sphere, plus you've got the ellipse that's coming across this way of the sphere, and you just find some common space in between those two things right there. All right, so that's connecting things to other things to a sphere. Let's, you want to stick another sphere into a sphere. Just kind of go like that. And just know that it's connecting to the side of the sphere right there. You don't see that in the final drawing, but you kind of understand that it's going to be a little bit flatter on this side where it connects to the sphere right there. Okay, I think that's it for combining shapes. I mean, there's infinite ways you can combine shapes together. But for the most part, the main thing to remember is the planes that make up your shapes and where those planes come into contact with each other. And those are the points where you're going to want to draw the seams and the lines, and just be very, very, very clear about where your planes are at all time and understanding that. And so you don't run into trouble. So go practice combining the shapes, combining different shapes, and then let's move on to the next section. All right, in this section, I want to talk about now subtracting shapes, cutting shapes in half, cutting shapes out of shapes. We've been doing a lot of adding shapes, but also understanding how to draw things. You also need to know how to extract shapes out of other shapes, or cut things in half. So let's start with cubes again, since that's the basic shape. And I want to show you how to cut this thing in half. There we go. Let's cut it in half this way. Okay, so what you do is you find the halfway point right there. You figure out the shape back there, the square back there, and you cut that in half. And then it's just as simple as going in and following those lines. Now you have a square that's cut in half. Other ways you can cut a square in half, maybe you don't want to cut it strictly in half. Maybe you just want to cut a third off of it. So what you do is you cut it right there. You find your cube on the other side and you follow this line along right here and right here, and then you attach those lines right there. And now you've cut a slice out of your cube. There you go. What if you want to just cut a corner off? Okay, so you go in here, figure out that corner, right to there, right to there, right to there. You just erase that middle there. It's really quite easy. What if you want to cut this back corner off here? So you can do something like that. Maybe you want to cut off this corner here. All right, so that's how you cut pieces off of your cube. Let's cut some different shapes. Let's cut a cylinder in half. Okay, so we find the area that we want to cut, and then we attach those lines right there. And then this is your half cylinder. Okay, let's cut a cylinder. Let's like slice it right down the middle, halfway through, like a samurai sword slice. So here we have our cylinder. Now what you're going to do, because it's a round shape, is you're going to find an ellipse that you like right in the middle there. And that's where the slice happens. So you cut here, you just follow that ellipse, and now you've got a cylinder cut in half that way. Let's do, what if we want to just cut a quarter out of the cube, or out of the cylinder? Okay, so we find our half, we find our other half this way, and then this is where we're going to cut. Just line up these two things down there. And now we've got a cylinder with a wedge cut out of it. Or you can do a really short cylinder like this, and match those two things like that, and then attach those lines, and those lines. And now you've got a Pac-Man or a slice of cheese sticking out. Something like that. Okay, that's cutting apart a cylinder. Let's cut apart a sphere. So we've got our sphere here, and the easiest way, probably initial way, is you just do your ellipse right there, and now you've got a half sphere or a bowl. Okay, what if you don't want to cut off that much? You don't want to do it in half, and say you want to just cut it off right there. Just do your sphere right there, or I mean your ellipse right there, and now you've got like a pot, something like that. What if you want to cut a wedge out of it like that? So what you're going to do is you're going to go in like this and draw your ellipse there, and you're going to draw an ellipse right there. You're going to take these 2 points and draw a line right there, and then follow the edge of these 2 ellipses, and now you've got yourself a spherical Pac-Man. What if you want to cut not just that much, but a fourth of it out? I guess that's a fourth, an eighth of your sphere. Okay, so you're going to go like this, you're going to go like this, and then you're going to figure out your other sphere that you want to, or your other ellipse that you want to cut it at. So there's a third one there. Okay, now it's getting a little tricky. We're going to lighten it up right there. But you've got this line, and you've got this line, and you've got this line, and we've got to figure out our middle point. There it is. So the middle point, the middle point, the middle point of each of these ellipses, and we just follow the lines right there. And now we've got a chunk taken out of a sphere, and you can pretty much eyeball it. You could go like this. Kind of do one like that. You know, do stuff like that. I kind of find this stuff fun, like just going in and cutting pieces off of things. You know, yeah, what if you want to just take a slice out of it? So you draw a sphere right there and a sphere right there. And now you've got a slice taken out of your sphere. All right, what other kind of things do we got to take pieces out of? Let's take a cylindrical piece out of a cube. What do you think of that? Let's try that out. So here we have our cube. We're going to draw our cylinder piece like that. We're going to draw our lines where they meet up right there and right here. And then we're just going to follow this line like this. And now we've got a big chunk taken out of our cube. What if we want to take a let's do this. Let's take our cube, like that, and let's cut off the back right here, like this. Okay. But now let's, so this part right here kind of goes like this. that plane back there. But let's take a cylinder out of, or a wedge out of that part right there. Okay, line those two up. Oh, you know what? That's not going to be like that. There's going to be where this cylinder attaches there. So it's going to go like that. We're going to draw our ellipses on that plane right there. So it's going to go like that, not down like that. I messed up. Okay, so now we've got a thing cut in half with a thing sticking out like that. Now let's add some short cylinders sticking out of the side right here. And let's do like a sphere back here, but a flat piece up here that's a little bit shorter, and attach them like that. And let's stick another sphere back there like that. Now let's just add some rings going around our cylinder like this. And now what we've got is a goofy little cannon. So this is subtracting and adding shapes together into action. It all starts with these basic shapes, and then you can carve things out of them, put things into them. You know, let's say we've got a cube right here, but then we're going to attach a longer cube right there on the bottom. But then we're going to like make this part round. So let's find the round part on this side, like that. We're going to make this part round right here and take that wedge out. And we're going to make this part round back here. And now what we're getting is, maybe this is like a little car or something, but we want to stick a cylinder in it for headlights. So we're gonna do like that, and because we know the plane on this curves like that, so it's going to curve like that, but it's also round for that right there. So now we got those pieces sticking out. Then we can go in here, carve out little pieces like that for doors and windows. Add carve out little sections like that to put wheels in there, little tiny wheels. So this is what you do. This is really the basis of drawing everything. Now, granted, these aren't the greatest drawings, but structurally, they're working. We've got ourselves a pyramid here, and we want to take off the top of it. You just figure out the square there, and then erase the lines that don't attach. You don't want to attach to that. Maybe you want to cut this in half. So you find the halfway point right there and right there. And then you just erase those things off. And now you've got a half of a pyramid. Let's do a cone. And let's slice a cone like we would with the sour sword, like we did with the cylinder. Just do an ellipse right there. Now you've got a cone. But let's cut that in half too. So we're going to find our halfway point there. We're going to find our halfway point there, and then we're just going to line these up right there. and take off that front edge. And now we've got half of a cone as well. So really, cutting things apart is just, again, finding those planes, and instead of adding to them, you're just pulling shapes out of them. You're pulling planes off of them, and you're finding those seams. And instead of building out of those seams, you're scooping out and taking out. All right. So I think that's it for subtracting shapes. And now we've got a pretty good groundwork of shape and how shapes work together, and what are the primary shapes and what they do, that we can now move on. We can be done with shape and move on to line. Let's talk about line. Line has a lot of work to do. Line has to make those shapes look beautiful, those shapes that you've been putting together and building out of different line. Let's talk about line. Line has a lot of work to do. All those shapes you've been building and putting together to build an object, line is the thing that's going to bring that to life. It's going to be the conduit by which people looking at your drawing interpret it and understand it and appreciate it. So what does line have to do? Number one, it has to build structure. Number two, it has to define the shape. And number three, it has to clarify the location of the objects that you're drawing. So if things are overlapping or something's receding and something's getting close, the line is what helps us interpret the location of where things are on your drawing. Now there's 6 types of line. I want to go over these with you so you know all of the options and what each of these lines, these kinds of lines can do and how they can work for you. So let's look at these lines one by one and talk about what they can do. The first kind of line that we're going to talk about are short lines. And short lines have the job of providing texture. You can use these lines to texture your objects, the things that you're drawing. Short line also has a way of breaking things up. So if you have a long line and it's drawing too much attention to itself, sometimes you can break it up by putting a couple short lines in the middle. And that de-emphasizes that long line. And then also you can use short lines to make things recede or to de-emphasize things. So you can see here the corner of the cube closest to us has thicker, longer lines, and the edges of the cubes are made up of shorter lines, and so our eye is naturally drawn towards these longer lines that are optically coming towards us. So that's short lines. Let's look at long lines. All right, long lines, you can see here again with that cube, are the lines in the middle of the cube and in the bottom of the cube, and they are emphasizing that edge. And so you use those long lines to emphasize things and to draw attention to those things. Long lines can also direct flow. So if you need to move the eye from one side of the drawing to another, or from one area of a drawing to another area of the drawing, a longer line is going to guide your eye to those spaces. So that's short and long. Now let's look at straight and curved. So straight lines imply a hardness to it. You can use straight lines to show that an object is firm or hard. You can use a straight line to show that an object is sharp, or it has a sharpness to it. And then you can also use straight lines just to show the cleanliness of an object. So typically things that are very smooth and clean are going to use straight lines as well. And in conjunction with curved lines, straight lines can also show tension. Think about a bow and a string. You want to shoot an arrow. The bow is curved and the string is very straight, and between the two of them there's a lot of tension. So sometimes using straights and curves together can show that there's some energy and tension, visual tension, pent up in that area of the drawing. Okay, so there's the straights. Let's look at curves. This curve here implies softness or maybe pliability. This as well, these curves here imply that something's puffy or soft or malleable. And then again, going back with our straight and curve, you can see here that that the curve here, there's a lot of tension to it, especially with the tiny curves at the end, implying that this thing is being bent. And then if you go in and you add a straight with that, these two things acting against each other offers a lot of visual tension. That's why in a lot of things you'll see, a lot of drawings you'll see that, if someone's drawing a character, they'll put some straight lines and then come in and add curves if they're like wanting to do muscles. So these curvy lines against these straight lines imply a lot of tension there, that this thing is flexed and ready to go. Okay, so now let's look at thick and thin lines. These thick lines here offer us or imply to us that something's very dominant or very, very heavy. It implies weight. Look at this cube drawn with these very thick lines. That's something almost aggressive. And then if you were to take these thick lines and thin them out, you'd get the exact opposite effect. So thin lines often implies that something is soft or lightweight, or even peripheral. So if you want to focus on something, I'll move these guys out of the way here and maybe shrink them down a little bit. You could see here that this cube next to this cube, this is dominant, might even feel like it's closer to us because of the thicker lines. And this cube is de-emphasized because of the thin lines, and our eyes are automatically attracted to high contrast areas. So we've got more contrast between the white and the dark here on this cube versus the less contrast of the thinner lines here. So that's thick and thin lines. Now let's put these all together, show these together, and what they can do for you in an actual drawing. It's not a fancy drawing, but it's a drawing that will just get our point across. All right, so here I have a bunch of cubes that I've drawn together. I'll just pull these up right here. And these cubes are just sketched out really lightly to offer as a groundwork for the line work to lay on top of. So let's look at this first cube, the cube that is closest to us visually. It's hard to tell because the line work is all really the same, but if I put straight, thick lines on this cube right here, that cube comes closer to us and visually comes closer to us because of the contrast on the line work on the outside of the line. And then you can see there's thinner lines, straight lines on the inside of that cube, which de-emphasizes those edges, because we really want the thicker lines defining the outline of the edge. Okay, and these straight lines imply that this cube is cleanly cut. It may be a very hard, firm cube, judging by the line work. Now let's compare it to this other cube over here, which has short lines, almost textured lines. And the feeling of this cube, is that it could be made out of something. It could be like made out of hay or straw or something like that, like a hay bale, or it could be covered in fur. But you could see that the line work on this cube definitely pushes this cube farther away visually from us because the lines are smaller or thinner. And then also the short line work imply that it's not firm and hard, but maybe something soft and fuzzy. All right, let's do the big cube here. This big cube is using long lines, but they're not straight long lines. They've got a little bit of a warp to them or a little bit of tiny curves into them. And that implies that maybe this cube is made out of soft clay or something that you could if you pick it up, it could actually, your hands would sink into it just a little bit, maybe. And so also the thinness of these lines pushes that cube a little bit farther back behind the thick lined cube in front of it as well. Now we've got this little cube over here on the left, and let's put some tiny lines on that, and that pushes that cube far, far away because the lines are so tiny and the contrast is so faint that we automatically think that it's farther back behind these other cubes. But what happens if we put thick lines on that tiny cube? Let's do that. Now all of a sudden that cube with those thick lines has a little more visual dominance. Those lines are almost as thick as the first cube that we turned on here. And you can see it feels like this is a small cube, but it's closer to us. It's not farther away. So it might be closer into the foreground, but a smaller cube instead of a normal sized cube that's far away, like it might be here. Again, you can see how line work has all this heavy lifting to do. It's got to take these shapes, which are just shapes. You just use line to define the shapes, but now you use line to emphasize things, to de-emphasize things, to give things texture, to give things firmness, to tell us more about what these shapes are made out of, the materials that they're made out of, the weight that they hold. And you can use lines to direct your eye and to say, look at this thing first and then look at this thing second. So be smart with your lines, practice with your lines. And now we're going to go to the art desk and I'm going to show you the 4 classes of line work and how we move from one class to the other as we construct the drawing. All right, so let's do some drawing here. I've got my sketchbook, my Moleskine here. I'm just going to draw on this and show you the different classes of line and how they work to do a drawing. Okay. Now the first phase of line work, the first class of line work that you're going to do is called the gesture. It's a gestural line, and this is where you come in and you just kind of figure out the space that you want the thing that you're drawing to take up. So I'm just going to do a cube, keep it simple here. This is a gestural line, and you can see it's not very exact. It's basically just carving out visual space of where you want this thing to exist on a piece of paper. So I'm going to make this, I don't know what I'm drawing. It's just a random pile of shapes here. Okay, so there we go. And I'm drawing very lightly with this pencil here because I don't want this to end up really to be a part of the final image. It could just be this first groundwork or this foundation thing that we're going to do. Okay, so this is gestural line drawing. The next step is structural drawing now. So I've got my masses laid in there. Now I'm going to figure out the structure. So I'm going to go in here. I know it's a cylinder, and I'm going to start figuring out the actual structure of everything in here. Things are getting a little bit more defined. The lines are a little bit more aggressive or confident. This is where you figure out how shapes all work together and coexist. Okay, so this is all structural line work, and that's the second class of line work. Okay, for the next class of line work, it's called contour line. I've talked a little bit about that already. And what I'm going to do is actually change pencils now. I'm going to go with a darker pencil. I could even go with the ink. You know what? Let's do ink instead. We'll use a brush pen here. I'll use the Copic Gas and Fude brush pen. So what I'm going to do is go in and do all the contour lines now. And as we talked about in, I think, part 3 about line work, contour lines in those exercises, a contour line defines the edges of things and defines the shape. So I'm going to go in here and add my contour lines. I'm making them thick and thin depending on visually where I want things to go. So thicker lines for the outer things where these two forms come together, I'm making them a little bit thinner to de-emphasize that. Okay, those are my contour lines defining all the outer edges. Now let's move to the final class, the fourth class of line. And this line work is just detail. This is detail line work. So I'll go in and I'll add thinner contour lines, which imply a little bit more detail. Breaking things up using these thinner lines. I don't want a lot of emphasis on these forward lines here, but that's why I broke some of this up and did a little bit thinner lines there. And then with detail, you can also go in and just add, surface details like a little seam here. Maybe there's little panels that make up all of these things. And this is all the detail line, the fourth class. You can go in and maybe add, maybe there's a section here sticking out. It's made out of fur. So I'm going to go in and add a little fuzzy patch here using small little detailed lines there like that. All right, so those are the four classes of line. Again, it's gestural, it's structural, it's contour, and then it's detail. Now, what I want you to do to practice line is download and print out this sheet. It's got all the cubes on it. And take different tools. You could take a brush pen, you could take a technical pen, you could take a pencil. And what I want you to do is to practice doing different kinds of line work on these cubes. So start by doing maybe a wobbly cube. Take your technical pen and just do wobbly lines on it and see what that looks like. Okay, take your brush pen and do a fuzzy cube, just little lines coming off of it, or a grassy cube. See what happens when you do like thicker lines. Maybe put the thicker lines on the bottom to imply a weight that part should go on the bottom and a lighterness to the stuff on the top. Okay, and then go grab your pencil and maybe try really thick lines on the edges and thinner lines on the inside with your pencil. All of this, what you're doing is you're training yourself to learn how lines work and how you can be better at doing line work. So I want you to do how many cubes do we have here? 12 cubes, and do different line work for all of them. Okay, when you're done with that, let's move on to tone. Before we get on to tone, I just want to show a few pages from my sketchbook here and show how I'm using line work to define shapes and show you all the different things that line is doing in actual drawings from my sketchbook. So here we have a robot that I drew, and you could see there's thicker lines on the outsides of things. And then on these edges where I don't want a thick line and I don't want that edge emphasized, I'm going to go put in thinner lines. And then anything that's in shadow is very much just a thick black line. And this is where line crosses over into doing tone. But for the most part, I just wanted to show some of the line work that's happening here and why I'm using thick lines in certain places and thin lines in certain places. You could see thick lines up here to emphasize that this plane is towards us, and then the lines get thinner as they go farther away. You can see here in this alien mermaid drawing, I'm using a lot of short lines as texture, and a lot of thick lines to imply heaviness or shadow, things like that. This is a good one. So this is a very contour line drawing, and you can see very thick lines defining all the outer edges of everything. A lot thicker. I'll zoom in here so you can get really close in on this line work. So very thick lines defining the edges, and then super thin lines which are used just for details on things. You can see very thin lines defining the panels and some of these characters in here. Let's see if I can find another good drawing. Okay, here we go. This is a character that I did. You could see here thick lines defining the outside shapes of everything, and then thinner lines for detail. And you can also see under here some structural stuff that I'm doing with the pencil, maybe on the edges here. This is my gesture drawing. My gesture kind of said, oh, should the tail be down this way? And then I think I ended up going this way with the tail. Let's see if there's anything else in here. And here we have a tater tot with a robot body. This is my son. His online name for his comics is Robo Tater Tot, so I did a drawing for him. But you can see here, this shows it really well. I'm using this curvy, thick line to define the outer edge, and it implies that this is a very textured shape. And then I'm using all these little thin lines for details, building the shape up. And you can see lines coming closer together on this side to show that this form wraps around. But the structure is all here. This is just a cylinder. This is basically a cylinder, but by adding all this textured line work to it, it looks like a very chunky tater totty cylinder. And you can see here, thick line, and then a thin, very, very, very thin line to define the edges of these shapes here. All right, hopefully that helps. Let's talk about tone now. Tone has some important work to do as well. Now, when you look at things in actual physical reality, there's no lines. Line is just a construct that we've created as artists to help us define things easier. But everything is really just made up of tones, and tones can simulate lines, but really everything is lighter tones, darker tones. If you look at, the edge of my face here, there's just different gradients of tones, and the edge of that against the background or against this side especially implies that there's a line there, but there really is no line. So I think when you're drawing, it's okay to have line work. Line work looks great, but ultimately the tone working with the line work really helps sell the shape, helps sell the object that you're trying to draw, and I think defines that shape a lot better. Okay, there's really three things that tone does, three jobs that it has to do. Number one, it can simulate light and shadow. Number two, it can define dimension a little bit better. It may not be following the rules of light and shadow, but you can put tone there to define that this plane is different from this plane, is different from this plane. And number three, tone also defines like the local value of an object. So how light or dark an object is compared to other things. All right, so let's look at examples for this so we can illustrate what I'm talking about here. Here is my cube set that I did for the line, but let's use these same cubes to talk about tone. So one of the jobs of tone is to define the dimension of an object. So here I've given these cubes just a gray tone over all of them. But you can see here that I'm using sort of fake lighting. This isn't real lighting. It's just applying certain values to certain sides of the cubes. So you can see there's a dark, there's a medium, and there's a lighter gray. And you can see here's the light gray. It's number 1. My second value is more of a medium gray, and then my third value is this dark gray. And then I've just applied it to the rest of the cubes. So if a certain side of the cube is facing away from me, it's going to be a little bit darker. If the side is facing towards me, it's going to be a little bit lighter. And if a side is underneath or on the bottom, it's going to be very dark. And if I were to show the top view of these cubes, it'd be an even lighter shade of gray as well. So that's how you can use tone to just define the dimensions of your shapes a little bit better. Now let's look at how lighting can work. So here we have these cubes with a specific light shining on them, and they're casting shadows on each other. And that's one way to use tone. You can see here it's somewhat similar to the dimensional use of tone, but I'm paying attention to the light source, where it's coming from, and it's a lot more specific in that it does cast shadow, and there can be a little bit more nuanced when you're doing light-based tone. And then lastly, I have this level of tone which defines the local value of the shapes. So in the foreground, we have a medium gray, a mid-gray cube. The biggest cube is a white cube, and then the smaller cubes get darker and darker. So I'm using tone here to not only define the light, but also, and the dimensions, but also the local value or even the color of these cubes. So some cubes are lighter, some cubes are darker, and these are all the uses of tone to define your shapes. Now, tone has one other cool trick that it can do. The same with line work, in that you can use some lines to push objects forward or to emphasize objects a little bit better. You can use tone in the same way as well. Our eyes are drawn to contrast. They notice things that are high contrast. So a black next to a white is something that our eye is drawn to, or a bright red next to a very light pink or even a light green. It's going to draw our eye to that. Okay, so it's the same with tone. And if you use tone a certain way, you can emphasize things and de-emphasize things. And one of the main rules in tone is that a dark object over a light object is going to be seen first. That darker object on a lighter background or things lighter behind it is going to protrude or have emphasis to it. And the other thing is it works in reverse as well. So a lighter object in front of a darker background or darker things behind it is also going to protrude. And it doesn't necessarily have to do with the lightness or the darkness. It just has to do with the contrast. So the more contrast you have on various shapes, the more your eye is going to be drawn to that section, and you can use that to your advantage. All right, so that's the instructional stuff about tone. Let's actually go to the drawing board and learn how to make tone with our tools. And I'll show some examples of how tone works with some of the drawings that I've done. All right, so let's talk about what the different options you have for rendering tone here. I'm just going to do it on another one of these sheets here with all the cubes on it. But you have several different options here as ways to render out tone. And so let's go over and do a few of them. I'm just going to grab my pencil here, my Blackwing, sharpen it. And one of the first ways to do it, let me zoom in here, get close to this cube so you guys could see the detail. One of the first ways to do it is just to do a hatching. And a hatch is simply going in and doing straight lines that follow the contour of the shape. So you can do lines that are closer and thicker for a darker, and then lighter lines that are farther apart from each other for a lighter, and then even lighter lines, just barely pushing on the pencil for the lightest. Okay, I'm just gonna go in there and do a little bit darker on this side to emphasize the darkness on this one, on that side. All right, so that's your hatching. Cross hatching is where you go in and you put in one line, one set of lines, and then you cross over those lines just a little bit. Sometimes you turn your paper, but you can go in and do your lines like that. And that it builds up a nice tone for you there. Okay. And then you can go in here and do a little bit lighter. I'm going to go up here. Just do really light cross hatching. Depending on how you hatch, you can do an angle that's just offset from your initial line just a little bit, and it gives you different textures. And watch what happens when you go a little bit more extreme on that angle. Okay, all different kinds of textures here. We could do one where the cross hatch is very extreme, where they're perpendicular to each other, and that gives you a different kind of effect than this crosshatch, where the angle to the both lines are a little less severe. Okay, so that's cross hatching. You can also do cross hatching with a pen as well. Or just hatching with the pen. What you do is you can put in line work like this, okay? And then you spread your lines out a little bit farther. To make a lighter tone. And you might not even do lines on the top there. Then you can go in and add a hatch just to make things a little bit darker. Okay, so there's that. There's also, I like using this pencil right here, this mechanical pencil. And just going in and doing variations off of the hatching. What I'll do is I'll come in and add sorry, I'm concentrating while I'm doing this. But what I'll do is it's just good old-fashioned rendering, where you go in and you just build up a tone with lots of different lines. Okay, so there's one side. Then I'll go over here and I'll do a little bit lighter. And then I'll do just a little faint bit on the top there. Okay. Another thing you can do is you can use your tone to imply texture. So I'll go in and I'll do stuff like this, and it gives the cube like a feeling like it's not an even surface. And then you can crosshatch and emphasize that a little bit by adding lighter and darker on the top and on the bottom. I'll go in and just do it a little bit lighter over here. Okay. Now, another option you have is the markers. I'm going to grab a 1, a 3, and a 5. What I've got here is a 1, a 3, and a 5 of the Copics. And this is the mid-tone marker set. And there's different grade sets that you can do. But here we have a light, a medium, and a dark right there. And I'm going to use these on the cube as well. So put in a dark. And then add my medium. And then my light up on the top. All right, so there we have a bunch of different ways you can do tone. These are just the most common. There's other, really specific and tedious kinds like stippling, and you can render with watercolor. You can render, you can render out tone with ink wash, all different kinds of things. But for the specifics of drawing, I think these are the kinds of tones you're going to want to do, and most easily accessible to you as you're drawing in your sketchbook, or you're developing illustrations, drawings that are going to eventually be illustrations and things like that. Okay, so what I want you to do is grab one of these sheets and go through it and do different kinds of tones for all 12 of these cubes. What you could even do is take the ones that you've inked and add tone over the inking, or over the ones that you've went with line work with your pencil or your ink. But the main thing is to practice these tones. And now I'm going to show you some examples from my sketchbook. Okay, I've got a few drawings from different sketchbooks and just stuff in the studio that I found, and I just want to show you how I've used tone in all of these things to help define the shapes, and I'll talk about some line work too as we go into this. So here we have the full Robo Tater Tot, and you can see here I'm using a darker tone to go on all these forms that are that are facing down or facing towards the ground or facing away from me. So anything that is facing towards the viewer, it's going to be lighter. And anything that's facing even slightly away from it is going to be darker. So you can see it's a little bit lighter on the top here, a little bit darker here, lighter, darker. And you can even see in the fork, as it curves under, it gets darker, and as it curves up, it gets lighter. So lighter here, darker here, darker here. I found this illustrates the point nicely. So this is actually a reproduction. I sold the original of this, but I made a nice print of the original, so I could still have a copy. But you can see here I started with tone paper as my mid-tone, and then I used white. I used a white pencil, something like this. to add in a lighter tone for the top, a medium tone for the front, and then I left the tone of the paper as a dark, as the plane that's facing away from us and facing down. And you can see I kept the same plan with the cube of the head of this robot as well. Also notice the line work too, darker line around the contour of everything, and then thinner lines for the details. Okay, here's a monster drawing that I did a couple weeks ago, and you could see darker lines for the contours, and then I'm actually using black, my line work, the black, for a dark tone, a shadow tone, and then using colored pencil as a almost like a texture or a color to the creature, but also implies a little bit of tone too. So darker at the tips and lighter at the bottoms, darker at the extremities and getting lighter to the middle. Here's an illustration I did. I wanted to show this, how I use some hatching and inking to show light and tone a little bit. So you could see here some hatching that follows the shape of everything, or I guess the shape of the object, to imply dimension to it. So lighter on this side, darker on the underside, and then casting a shadow on other things. You could see back here a little bit of hatching there, especially right here where it casts a shadow on the objects there. You can see also here that I'm using a darker line. Let me zoom in on that. So as I'm drawing, I'm paying attention. I'm using a thicker, darker line for this bottom edge so that it really feels like it overlaps the legs. And then I'm using my ink pen to make a shadow to imply dimension, that these legs are deeper underneath the skirt. You can also see thicker lines for the edges, and then these thinner, wispier lines for interior details. A couple months ago, I went to the aquarium and drew some fish, sketched some fish with my pen. But you can see here I'm using these hatching lines and texture, short lines for texture and for imply scales. And this is just a great way to use line work to imply light and tone and a little bit of dimension to things. So going in here with little small line works and little hatches help define the shape of this fish. You can see over here as well. Just adding a little bit of this on the bottom edge implies light, implies form, that this fish, has an actual girth to it. And this is a good example of doing light over dark. So I want this flipper to pop out, to look like it's coming towards us. So I'm using a tone behind it to pop this thing forward. So it's subtle, but this sticks out because it's a light over a dark. Okay, you can see it here in this one, how I'm using a mid-tone to imply this edge that's going downward. And then I'm not coloring in, I'm just leaving white any edge that faces up. So faces up, and this whole panel right here kind of tilts towards us, so it's all going to be light, but then the edges here are going to be toned with a medium tone. So that's another way just to add dimension. All right, here's a creepy monster, but you can see here I'm adding tone just on these panels that kind of face downward a little bit and implying a shine here by not putting tone on the edges that face up. Okay, here's some more. You can see here, any plane that's flat or going under is going to have the one tone. This is just a two-tone approach to it. So I've got my lights, and I've got my darks. This is all just a variation off of this. So if it's light on the top, or if it's a top plane facing up, it's going to be light, and if it's a side plane, it's going to be a darker tone. You can see it there as well. All right, so that's tone, how you use tone to make things, to make your shapes have dimension to them and feel like solid objects. All right, let's move on to the next section. All right, let's put it all together. Let's put line, tone, shape together to make drawings and apply everything that we've learned so far in this course into actual drawing, okay? What I'm going to do is start with simple designs, simple objects to draw with basic shapes, and then we'll up the complexity as we go along and as we build off of these core concepts. All right, first thing I'm going to draw is a building, and I'm also going to run through with you the phases or the steps to drawing something like this. There's definite steps in the way that I draw in building and constructing these things, and it's based off of the different classes of line work. So let's go over that and let's get into that right now. Okay, so first things first, a building. What I'm going to do is draw an elongated cube, or like a rectangular, what's a three-dimensional rectangle called? Elongated cube. This stage is the gestural stage, and I'm kind of constructing and gesturing at the same time. Okay, I want something on the top of this building, and I want some things on the side of this building as well. Okay, and we'll do a little front thing here. So this is all gestural line that's happening here. A little bit of construction in there as well. So once I've got the shape laid out of this building, what I'm going to do is start going in and do the structural stuff a little bit better now. And this is where I figure out dimensions of specific parts of the building. So this part where, we'll just do something interesting here. We'll have it come around like this. Okay. Maybe it comes up here on this side. You stay loose at this stage. You don't start doing really final line work. That's one of the big mistakes I see in amateur artists and student artists is they go to final way too early. You got to figure out all the structural stuff first before you get into the final line work. Once it feels like once it feels right, once it structurally feels like it's going to work, then you can go in and start adding the final line work to it. Let's see. Okay, this is kind of a cool building. Maybe what we'll do is add a thing right here sticking out. There's a building, I grew up in Arizona, and there's a building in Phoenix that I just always thought had a really cool design to it, and it had this big structure coming out of the top like this. Maybe I'll bring it all the way down, have it attach to that right there. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Okay, this is structural stuff. And what you can do next is take your eraser and roll it flat and just go over this a little bit tone down the line. What that does is it gets rid of the lighter gestural stuff, and it leaves some of your stronger structural line work there. And then you can go over it again and really nail down the line work that you want there. All this is just putting boxes together, building this building out. It's just putting different boxes together. It's, at the end it might look like a complex drawing, but if you think about adding a cube next to another cube next to another cube and intersecting everything, it's quite manageable. All right, so now we've got our structure figured out, and let's go in and start doing our line work. I'm going to use this Copic multiliner and start doing my contour line work. So any line that's going to be on the edge and defining the outer edge of an object, I'm going to give it a darker line. And at any point, if you want to just start drawing, do the same drawing that I'm doing, go right on ahead. I think you can learn a lot from just copying what other artists are doing. And they're called master studies. If you don't like the word copying, they're called master studies. And it's just a way to learn what the people you're wanting to learn from. It's a way to deconstruct how they're doing it by doing the exact same thing that they're doing. And then the next time that you need to sit down and draw a thing, you've got that knowledge in your head from that study that you did, and you can apply it to the next drawing that you're going to do. Okay, so now I've got my contour lines in there. And now I can go in and start adding details. So what I might do here is just sketch out where I want to put windows. Maybe like a front door. It's okay to draw through the shapes like that. It's just easier to draw the line there instead of having to break it up to go through that one shape. All right, let's add in some windows to this. All right, at the front door. Okay, now we can add in a little bit more details. So I want some, air conditioning units or pipes or something on the top of the buildings here. So I'm going to go in and I'm just going to eyeball it and add some stuff like this running the course of the top of the building. Maybe like a panel there. Of course, you can go in and sketch some of this stuff and have it look okay. A little bit better than the way I'm doing it. I'm actually going to add in a little, an edge there so it looks like it's sunken into the roof a little bit. Okay, so there's some of that stuff. Let's do it over here as well. Something like that, and then we'll do like a couple things up here as well. Okay, there's the line work. We've added detail, we've added our contours. Now let's do just a little bit of tone to this, and I'm gonna pick this side that's going away from us to be my midtone. I'm just going to do it with marker here. Marker is the fastest way to lay a tone in. All right, and let's do do a little bit lighter tone. This is a 1. This was a 2, and this is a 1. And we'll do it just on the face. And we'll leave the lightest tone for the top. Kind of nice. Let's actually do a little bit darker tone on the side. Yeah. This is a 3. This is why it's good to have a set of gray Copic markers. They're just really good for laying in tone. All right, that looks good. Maybe what we can do is add just a little bit of shadow to it. So we could do something like this. Just imagining the shadows as being, dropped my pencil, as being like you've got a triangle here. So if the lights come in here and it comes down here, this almost feels like triangles coming off the edges right there. And it applies shape. Or I guess dimensionality to it. And then we could have something like that working off the edge. And then I'll go in and add a little bit of tone here to all these technical things on the top. And we've got ourselves a good building here. This is suitable for, background image. You could have a character, Spider-Man swinging in the front and the foreground, and you could do a series of 10 or 15 of these things in the background. And this is a good level of detail for a good background building. All right, now let's move on to something a little bit more complex than a building. Let's design a car, and I'll show you how to do that. This has a lot more organic shapes to it, but there's some structure to it as well. So I think this is a good next step drawing to show how we can put everything we've learned from shape and from line and from tone together to make something a little bit more complex. All right, so start with your gestural line work to kind of figure out the area on the page that your vehicle is going to take, your image that you're drawing. Gestural is loose lines. Again, it's just about figuring out where objects are. Then you can start going in and adding a little bit of structure to it as well. So I'm already envisioning, I'm thinking in my head already that this is in a box like this. Even though I don't have to draw the box, my mind is thinking about the box that it's sitting in. If you need to draw a box first, go for it. Whatever you need to do to get this structure right. But I'm thinking it in my head, and I'm already thinking of where I'm going to carve out pieces and where I want things, shapes coming into each other and sticking out of each other. Okay, so there's where I'm going to put wheels. All right, so there's my loose gestural drawing of a car. Now it's time to go in and really figure out the structure of this thing. So if these are the part where the headlights are going to be, sometimes I'll go in and I'll just draw in these lines to show where the I guess the mass of that shape is going to be. These are just contour lines that run across the form of the body. I'm going to put a little bumper on the front here. That. Drawing my headlights, which are just ovals. And again, if you can't figure out exactly how your ellipse is going to be, you can go in and do the front of this, draw in a square or a rectangle, and then fit your ellipse into those squares like you've practiced. Okay, this shape is just this cube with this stuff cut out of it, and I'm just adding a little bit of curvature to everything to make it a rounder object. But again, it fits in this cube, and I'm just carving this round shape out of it. Okay. This is an ellipse. I'm thinking it through like we've got a cylinder that cuts through the car here and it cuts through the car here, and if it's in this rectangle, and the rectangle is going off into perspective a little bit, then these ellipses are going to be about like that. Okay? Let's add a little bit of a fin on the back here. That'd be cool. And we want to match it over here, so figure out where the box goes on that side and where the box goes on this side. And if this fin goes on the top of this side of the box, then over on this side of the box, it's going to come up right here and come up over there. Likewise, we need to figure out where this edge is coming over here. So if this is the box, then that side of the back window is going to be right there as well. Structural drawing. Whatever you have to do to get it right. If you got to put it in boxes, that's good. At some point you get to the point where you can just eyeball it. There's some artists, and I'm finally getting to that stage where I can sit down and just draw a thing and not have to rough it out. Some things I'm so comfortable with drawing that I don't have to do a rough first. I can just envision it on the paper and start putting lines in. But it's because I've spent years and years and years of drawing the structure of things first. Okay, so here we've got our cylinders, which are tires. And one thing about tires is if you go in and you take a bunch of these cylinders and you order them so that they favor one side or the other, you start to add dimension, and it looks like it goes in here and it comes up there, goes down, and it comes out like that. You know? So we're going to do that here just to imply a little bit of dimension to the wheels. So we're going to have our ellipse favor one side as opposed to the other, and then we're going to have the center part favor the outside here. Okay. Let's put some chairs in there. So we're going to draw a rectangular or elongated cube like this. And this is going to be the basis for our chair. Oh, we got to add a rear view mirrors. There we go. And a steering wheel up here, which is just another ellipse like that. All right, I think we've got good structure figured out for our car. Now we can go in and start doing the line work. And I think for this, I'm going to use the brush pen. You can roll over it just a little bit if you want to lighten some of this up before you put the pen on there. But contour lines first. Notice how I'm locking my wrist and just moving for these long graceful lines, moving with my shoulder and my elbow down here. Wrist is locked. Oh, I forgot to put a bumper on the back. There we go. Okay, so for these smaller shapes, I'm actually using my wrist and my fingers. It doesn't make sense to do the smaller stuff with my bigger muscle groups. Okay, I'm just going to do a thin line here to define that crease right there. We don't even see that other fin now. Maybe a little bit right there. Okay, so there's our car. Now let's start adding some details to it. So I'm just gonna follow this line like this, and draw a door. Very thin line, very lightly pushing down on this brush pen. Door handle. What if we turn this into the hood? There we go. We'll add some ventilation right there. And let's add a blinker light right there. I think we're good on detail now. Now let's start adding tone. I'm just going to use my same 3 markers, my T2, my T5, and my T1, and my T3. Okay, so let's start with the 3. Actually, let's start with our darker tones first. So tires are going to be darker. And I'm just doing the side that is going to it's probably going to be hidden from the light a little bit. And that's the side going under and down. And then I'll take my lighter T3 and go in and do the front of the tires. All of a sudden that does add some dimension to it as well. Okay, now I'm going to take my T2. T stands for tone, by the way. There's 4 different kinds of gray markers that Copic puts out. There's warm gray, there's cool gray, there's tonal gray, which is what I'm using here, which is kind of a mix right in between warm and cool. And then there's neutral gray, which really is kind of neutral if you look at it. You can't tell if it's warm or if it's cool. I think that the tonal gray leans a little warm, but it's not too warm. All right, there's adding some tone to the car just to give it a little more dimension to it. You know what? I could probably just come across the whole front like that and like that. Now we've got a car design. One other thing I'm going to do is take this. I'm realizing I need just a little bit more, so I'm going to take this and just blacken in anything that's inside the car. It doesn't have, it sort of sits it to the back and makes it look like there's a lot less light inside of there. So there's that, and then I'm just going to do a shadow underneath the car, and all I'm doing is figuring out the square that this is sitting on, and that's going to be the basis for my shadow. And adding a shadow to the bottom of your drawing really grounds it. Makes it feel like it exists. I like adding shadows to things. Yeah, there we go. That really made it. Okay, so that's a car. All right, so that's how you draw a car. And if you want to go either copy this car exactly or go draw your own version of a car. Let's do something a little more organic now. Let's do some trees, some bushes, things like that. What I'm going to do is start the gesture and figure out the space that I want this tree to take up. We'll do a couple bushes down here. Okay, the gesture, again, is just about finding the space on the page and the space where your drawing is gonna take up. And it's almost like you're thinking two-dimensionally during the gesture, in that you like this two-dimensional shape of it. The structural part is where you start figuring out how that two-dimensional shape takes up space in 3 dimensions. Sometimes when I'm gesturing, though, I'm thinking both simultaneously, and that's where you want to get. You want to get to that point where not only are you thinking 2-dimensionally, but you're thinking 3-dimensionally with every line that you put down. So as you draw a line, you're putting it down and you're thinking, okay, I know this line makes a nice 2D shape, but I also know that it's the side of a spherical shape. And if needs be, you could go in and draw around the shapes and understand their 3-dimensionality. Okay, but really what these shapes are just, this is a sphere, this is a elongated blobby sphere, and they're all just kind of morphing into each other. You know, blobby sphere right here, blobby sphere right here. Okay, so that is the gesture. I'm gonna rub it down here a little bit and then go in and add some more structural stuff. So because it's a tree, I'm gonna just make a little more variance to some of it. And I want this tree to have pieces that go in front and pieces that go in back that really sell its dimension. Okay, now I'm going to figure out the tree trunk. Something like that. And do these bushes down here. Something like that. All right. Looks like a good tree design. Now it's time to go in and do the line work. So when I'm drawing a tree now what I want to do, I don't want to do long graceful lines because a tree is made up of tiny, tiny leaves and individual pieces like that. So I'm going to go in and use my brush pen and kind of follow along these lines, just doing random leafy edge to this. And it takes a little practice to figure out the right level of randomness that you want to do. Helps to look at real trees and to see what's going on, you know, out in nature for real. And I think with a lot of this, the movement is happening right here. I'm just having a little bit of my fingertips shake around, but I'm moving in my shoulder and my elbow around the page so I get that evenness to it. The evenness to the overall big shape. So it still feels like round, even though it's made up of tiny little rounder detailed pieces. Okay, so that's the front part of it. Let me do some little spots breaking through like that. Now I'm going to do the back side of it. I'll draw these branches coming down. Just adding a little bit of texture to the edge of them just to make it feel organic. Okay, now let's do this little bit of tree that's growing down here. And let's do the bushes. Again, more of the same kind of thing. You've got the basic shape of it, three-dimensional shape. Now you're going in and you're adding textural stuff. Let's go over here and do this side. And maybe we'll have a little bit of the bush coming up like that. All right, now I'm going to go in and add some tone with my pen. So everything that's behind and in the back, it's going to be darker. And I'm leaving little pieces of paper showing through just to imply that it isn't a solid shape. Okay, now I'm going to add a little bit of more leaves going under and around the bottoms of these things just to give it a little more definition as a shape. It's a three-dimensional shape. The reason I know where to put this is because during the structural stage, I already know that this is a sphere, so it's going to be, and these are little smaller spheres hanging onto it. And so they're going to be darker on the bottoms than they are on the top. So how this comes in here, I'm imagining this coming in here like this and being a rounder form and another rounder form. So that means I'm going to go in here and add some leaf stuff here to show like that part is farther back. Okay, now let's go down here. Do this other pieces down here. Okay, there's our tree. Now let's just add a little bit of tone with marker. I'm going to save this darker marker for darker parts of the tree. And I can go in with an even darker one. That's a 5. This is a 7. And just do some stuff like this, and that'll make it really look like it's going, these branches are going up into the tree. Now let's grab our 3 and help emphasize the shape here. All right, I think there's our tree design. If you want, you can then go in and just take your pencil and get rid of some of that gestural stuff as well. You know what? Looking at this one more time, I'm going to go in and add just a little bit of stuff to this trunk, just to make it feel a little bit more trunky. A little ground shadow too. That's it for tree, and go ahead and practice drawing your own tree. You could copy this one exactly, or you can go and come up with your own tree. Okay, welcome to the last demo for the class. We've been progressively getting more complex shapes and more complex objects and forms. So we started with squares for the building, and now we're going to do a character, which comprises a bunch of different shapes working together to describe the form. I'm just going to do Skull Chaser because he incorporates a lot of different interesting shapes into him. And I think it'll be a good example of a character to draw. But the things that I'm doing with him apply to a lot of different character designs as well. If you're looking to get better at your character designs, you can look at some of the other character design classes on SVS here. But for now, this should give you a good, I guess, a good basis for how to turn the things that you've learned in this class about shape, about line, about tone, about different forms and how to rotate things and move things into different areas of space, how to apply that to character design. So let's start on it. I'm just using my Vermilion pencil here in the sketchbook, and the first step of drawing, what we decided between the 4 different phases. First step is gesture, right? So we're doing a gesture here, and this is just to figure out visual space. This is mostly 2D stuff that we're doing here. Mostly 2D stuff, and we're thinking 2-dimensionally. You might at this point already be thinking a little bit 3-dimensionally, but don't worry too much about that at this stage. This is just figuring out how the character takes up space on a 2-dimensional sheet of paper. And then when you move to the next stage, which is, you can say it, structure, that's right. So gesture, then structure, then you can figure out where it takes place 3-dimensionally. So this is a pretty good gesture here. We've got some, I like the composition, I like the pose, it feels feels natural. And now let's go to the structural stage. So this is a sphere. I'm going to go in and do my ellipses, and I want it open on one side because he does have an open face to the sphere. It's hollowed out there for the skull to be in there. So this ellipse right here represents where it opens, and then we're going to do a half ellipse on the top here to represent the visor that flips down. Okay. Now this section here is kind of tube-like or cylindrical, and it's going to have a little bend to it. So we put a bend there into it as he's hunched over. But I'm thinking cylindrically there. Shoulders are squared off, so I'm thinking cubes here. Even though I'm not physically drawing out cubes, you could do that, but I want you to be thinking about shapes in your head and get to the point where you don't have to draw shapes all the time, because that can stiffen up your drawings. You don't want your drawings to get stiff. You want them to look like everything flows naturally. Okay. Okay, these hands, I'm drawing little balls, but probably a better shape to think of them as is cubes. And I'm going to give him a little blaster of some sort right there sticking out. All right, and let's go down here and have this leg come forward. Now, I'm thinking the ground plane here is something like this. If you're standing on the top of a square and perspective-wise, thinking my horizon line would be somewhere right here. So everything below the horizon line, we're going to be looking down on. And everything above the horizon line, we're going to be looking up on. Okay. And draw this back foot back here. Add some knuckles on that. Okay, now let's do the skull inside here. The skull is basically a sphere and then another kind of ball down here that hooks up into it. So those are my basic structure for that. And then I just add in the eyes. All right, there's that. Oh, forgot this part right here. You probably hear, like, I'm in the basement, so you can hear footsteps above, and I've been recording this over the last few days while the family's home on summer vacation, and for the most part I've been like, okay, I'm recording, you guys be quiet, just for the next 30 minutes, nobody walk around. And they're kind of done with that. They want their lives. So you might hear them walking and not trying to tiptoe while I'm recording for this one, which is fair. It's their summer vacation. I can't monopolize it the whole time to do classes. But at some point, I'll probably move out of the house, move my studio out of the house, and have a place to record classes, which will be nice. Not quite there yet, but that's the goal of getting there. All right, structurally, everything's feeling good now. You can see, ellipses here for some things, and like I'm just, again, not actually drawing out each individual shape, but I'm thinking of those shapes in my head. This is where brain, right, and eyeball are working hand in hand at the same time, thinking about physical shapes, but also thinking about pleasing pleasing shapes as well at the same time. Maybe the hip sticks out a little bit farther right there. That knee comes down. Okay, let's ink it. I'm going to use the Copic here, and this is the next phase. So we go gesture, structure, contour. This tip is not thin enough right now, so I'm just gonna kind of get it into shape there. All right. Just thinking about these contour shapes here first. We'll add in details later. Nope, I added a detail in. Sorry. Really, you could do them at the same time. You can kind of add them as you go, but it's always good to have your structure in place before you add detail, just so you don't get in trouble in adding detail where you shouldn't, so that it makes it look a little weird, unstructured, I guess. Okay, go back here, do this. Little wrinkle in there. I hope this class has been helpful for you and helped you like think through things, think about drawing in a little bit different way. This is a lot of stuff I'm thinking about my whole life of drawing, and only recently been putting this into a words and a way to teach people how to approach drawing the way that I approach drawing, and a lot of other professional artists approach drawing as well. I think a lot of people who draw a lot eventually get to this point where they can think structurally and visually at the same time. But I'm hoping with this class, it can accelerate it for some of you so that you can deliberately like practice things to get better at that and not have to, wait for it to just naturally happen over time where, it just dawns on you, but hopefully to accelerate that thing. Okay, let's go in starting at a detail now. Just gonna add a little theme on the side here of the leg, and one on the inside. Little shadow under there, shadow under here as well. If you want to learn more about inking and how to ink and some different inking exercises, check out the How to Ink class. That might be a good next class for you guys to take if this is the first class that you're doing. But I would check that out. Let's add a shadow down here too. Just gonna do an ellipse under him. That'll kind of imply that there's a shadow. I would also recommend the next good class for you to take is perspective, mastering perspective, because they go into a lot more depth and detail about how to do perspective than what I talked about in here. This perspective that I talked about in this class is, it's just enough to get you going for some drawing, but sometimes you're going to need a better understanding of perspective for some more detailed illustrations. All right, so there is line. Now let's add some tone and define those shapes even more. I'm going to use the T3 Copic here, and I'm deciding, if this is my cube, I'm going to do everything on this side of the cube this gray. And you know what, we'll just do we'll do everything down here gray and everything on top white, like that. Keep it simple. So all down facing planes are going to be gray. And everything facing up is going to be white. So, except for this is, now I'm adding tone just to define the value of that thing. Okay, so you notice here dark, light, because this is facing down and this is facing up. And then I'm doing a little bit like that under there. It's just kind of some shadow cast from the helmet. Now, I want this leg to pop forward and I want this leg to recede. So what did we learn about tone? What it can do to push things forward or back. So let's do light forward, dark back. So I'm just going to darken everything behind here. And now that leg's really coming forward. Add a little shadow under here, but we've got it coming forward there. Lightly gonna put some of that right there, like that, just to add a little bit of tone. Okay. Anything else needs attention on here? Oh, let's do a little bit of a shadow from the rim there, covering that, just to set that skull inside there, and then we'll do another little bit of a shadow under that as well. And I think we're good. I'm just gonna go in now with my red pencil and add some red to them, just to separate forms here a little bit better. What's nice is this red pencil lets the grays show through. So you still get that shadow on things, even though you're adding a little bit of red to it. This is making it really pop as a character. I like the red. When I'm coloring stuff, I usually like to keep things in, one major color, and then having, subordinate colors. So Red's the main color for this guy. A little bit lighter in there. And, let's zoom out this way. All right, so there is our drawing of Skull Chaser, our character drawing for the demo. And that's it for demos, and that's it for this class. Okay, now that you've finished all the activities in this course, it's time to see how much you've learned. Okay, so I want you to get another sheet of paper out, and in 15 minutes this time, try drawing the house again. Remember the house assignment we did early on. Draw a house again and apply everything that you've learned in this course to this drawing. I want you to focus on line. Remember the structure, adding structure and volume to your drawings. Remember tone, where to add it, where not to add it to help define that volume. And then when you're done, I want you to compare your first drawing to this new drawing that you've just completed. So as you move through other courses in this curriculum that you're working your way through, consider repeating this activity to continue to see how you're improving. Do a drawing at the beginning and do a drawing after you've taken the course. Put them right next to each other and see where the improvement is. Sometimes it gets frustrating to not feel like you're improving. But when you compare before and after, you can really start to see that, yes, things are getting better. I'm getting better at drawing. So try doing that. All right, in closing, I just want to say thank you for taking this class. I hope you learned a ton. I hope you understand how brain and eye need to work together. Hope you understand the importance of shape and in using structure to flesh out your drawings and to make your drawings more believable and substantial. I hope you understand the importance of line and of tone and how they can help define those shapes. And I just hope that you come away from this class being a better artist, a better drawer, and improve your craft in other areas as well. So thanks, and I hope to see you around in some other classes. Bye.